What's up, everybody? How's it going? What's up, Oshik? Welcome in. So, Running Rain, what's up? This game, excited to see this. Let's go. We'll be working on it today. Thank you for the speed, Ryan. Dr. Easy Bake, how's it going? How's everyone doing? Get everything pulled up. Let me move this over. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna work on more stuff today. That little list I made last stream. Hopefully we can get some of it done. Yeah, I spent last night getting this sorting working, and it's pretty epic. So, have you intro? Yeah. Hair is just untamed. All right. So let's dive into it. So yeah, we added sorting, the rarity. Show you guys the sorting. It works pretty well. I was a little worried about doing the sorting because I thought it would be hard, but it didn't turn out to be that hard. So you can sort by all these different things. Passive income, rarity. Did this sort properly? Oh. I thought the Arapaima had like... Oh, I just don't have any Arapaimas right now. Okay, I was like, rarity, spoilers, sell value, and then weight. So it works pretty well, and you can change like the ordering, whether it's A to Z or Z to A, you know, descending or ascending. So you can find like the lightest guy, or the one with the worst sell value, or the worst rarity. I mean, these are arbitrary because there's multiple things with the same rarity, but you know what I mean. I have it defaulted, so if it's sorting by like a thing like that, it'll just it'll make it alphabetical, right? So like if you were sorting by rarity, it'll show the rare ones first, but then after that, all of these guys, the common guys, are just going to be sorted alphabetically. So I think it works. But yeah, it's coming along. Has anyone that you know caught the one pondfish yet? I think I saw like a couple people on Discord catch that fish. It's definitely hard. But it's possible. So we need to add in a legendary ocean fish because it's just fresh water right now. Yeah, we got the money bags, the new research, the crab pots and stuff. I think it's all coming along. Hey, Simplink, welcome in. How's it going? We got more water. Oh well. So yeah, there's just a couple things I want to do. First off is a couple more cosmetics. It'll just be nice. I want to do some more hairstyles because right now all this is like straight hair. I want to do some like curly hair styles. I don't know if we'll be doing more shirts right now. It's hard to say. At some point I do want to do like a face decoration, either like a facial hair, like a, I don't know, something like that. Yeah, or a fish I think would be pretty good for something like that. Yeah. I would not be opposed. Can I do CJ? What's CJ? I'm not sure. Alright, let's go add in some more hair. So I want to do one that's like, I guess an afro, yeah. Let's go into character parts. Just grab one of these, doesn't matter which one. I guess I'll grab, not the full cut, the normal default hair one. DJ from San Andreas. I think it's possible. I don't see why you couldn't make them. We got like the balding I mean, it's not like fully balding. Sort of receding. Maybe? I don't have sleeveless shirts though, so we might have to add that in. I wouldn't be opposed to that. It'd actually be really easy to add a sleeve type. Let's do that really quick, because why not? So I just need these. We get shirt 1. I need the upper arms. These. A little quiet? I don't know why that would be. I didn't change any settings. Volume's at the normal. I'd be quiet. Bike is... It is quiet. I don't know why. That's all normal. Compressor is normal. I can up the output. Is that the problem? Maybe my output got knocked. The knob. Is this better? Same. How's it? Oh yeah, also I do need the lower arms too. That's better? Okay. Yeah, I think I might accidentally knock the output knob on my mixer. Okay, lower arms, so we're gonna do these. So we need these colors instead. Now this one we want to keep dark just because it's in the background. So upper arm left, we want to just do that. I don't know if I have a darker green. Do I? I do. But it's not in the arm, it's like in the head. White and green, Peter from Family Guy? Nah, it's just like a temporary color that gets replaced. So I just make it this color because I'm never going to use this color, you know, so it won't cause any problems. Where did that go? I was making an icon for these, but then I realized, wait, I can just like use text on the button. There it is. Boom. All right, so we're just gonna call this sleeveless. Left arm upper. So wow. Okay. Then next up, this guy. Now, this one we actually want to do different. So I want to do this, and then we'll use the bright color on this one. Now, I guess I'll leave that there. I'm not sure how this is going to look, to be honest. I might have to adjust this a little bit more, but we'll try it. So now this is sleeveless, right arm upper. Okay. And now the lowers. So that one's good to go. I'll just name this, you know, sleeveless. Lower, no. Left arm lower. Wow. Okay. And then this is the other one. So we're going to get rid of this stuff here. And then do a 50% opacity. Bang. And call this sleeveless right arm lower. Okay. So now we can put these in. Let's also just go draw the afro really quick. So this is like the base hairline. Oops. Might have to look at an image. We'll try. That's the head. Guess I should go out like one more over there. And we'll give this a try. I'll do like a little bit of dithering on this, I think. Alright. We'll see if this works. call this hair afro. All right. Let's go add all this in. So first off, I think we go in here. I don't know if we have a table for hair, or we might. Like, I thought we had like a cosmetics table. Nope. Must be in global. Sleeves types. Here we go. So now this is sleeves, sleeveless. That is how I spell sleeveless, right? Make sure. Sleeveless appears to be correct. All right. So now right upper instead of long sleeve, change this over to sleeveless. Oops. That's right arm upper. Let's grab the sleeveless part. That guy. Let me do it. Okay. So that should be good for those ones now. We might have to adjust it more. I don't really know, but we'll see. And then we're going to have the new haircut. Oops. Capitalized it by accident. All right, let's go try these out. And I do want to add even more. That's just like one style, but I'd like to do like some longer curly hair. Change the name of the afro haircut. Oh, right. Afrogore. Let's restart the game. Okay. Yeah, we should be able to replicate CJ now. So we have jeans in the game and stuff. Let's try it out. Was I bald before? Or yeah, I was changing my hairstyle and stuff. Yeah, I guess that's fine. There are like different like kinds of afros, you know. That's just the thing. Like, it really depends. I guess I should probably make it a little like longer in the back, because some people have it more like just on top, like this guy, and then some people it like goes down on the back, you know. So, but it seems like this is the more common to have it go in the back. So I may go ahead and do that. It doesn't have to be like a huge thing, but just like a little bit more back there. Like that, I think. See what that looks like. I think that's better in the back, but I need to like round it out now. Maybe make it go one more down. Like that. I don't know where that pixel's gonna go. I guess there. And then here. Should be rounded out a little bit. It's tricky because, let's see. Maybe I round that out. That might work. Let's try it. No, I guess I do just need to round out the other side. It's kind of like this. This will probably be the best, I guess. Now, actually, one thing that we can do with the hair is, since it's not using like a color swap shader, I can actually just do this and do like an in-between color like that. So... Oh, yeah, no, he doesn't have an afro. I'm just testing afro. I'm just making sure it looks correct. I want to bring the right side down just a tiny bit. I think. Let's do that. Yeah, I like how that looks. All right. And then now let's do CJ. He's more got like this vibe, I think. Or like, it's either that one or it's just the regular buzz cut. But he has a pretty like tall hairline, so I feel like this one makes more sense. His hair is black. He's got jeans. So let's try sleeveless now. It seems to work. Seems fine. I just want to make sure that if I do the sleeveless, it's not gonna like mess up the... Yeah, it seems okay. I do need to do maybe a little bit now of like anti-aliasing up at the arm, but I think it'll work. The other one doesn't need it because it's behind the body, but let's go do sleeveless upper arm. I'm just gonna do 2 pixels in here just to kind of smooth it out, the spot where it meshes with the body. I'm just gonna go like that. Hopefully that's all we need to do. Let's try it out. Yeah, I think that's just a little better, a little smoother. Cool. Always thought it's funny you went to the barber and they added hair to your head. Oh yeah. From bald to pink afro. Yeah, it is kind of funny. It's like that in every game. It's pretty close. I guess it's about as close as we'll probably get. He does have like a belt. These pants don't really have like a belt, but it's fine. Yeah, it's nice to have this in here now. Yeah, I want to do just more hair types and stuff. And the sleeveless is nice. So now you can do a tank top. Do black. I don't know what kind of guy I'm making right now. Randomize. That's me. Pink sleeves. It's an odd choice, but I don't know if these guys are going to spawn in with the sleeveless shirts. I think I have to actually go like set that up for that to work. Yeah, I'd have to go into their code, throw it in there. I mean, I can throw it in there. But I want it to be a little more rare, probably. I don't know if I'm doing weighted selection with that yet. Thought I was, but maybe I'm not. Let's go check. The sleeve IDs. Because, like, I don't want half our people to have sleeveless shirts. It feels a little weird. Yeah, I think I do literally need to do, like, a weighted list. The sleeves, honestly. I think I'm going to do that. So sleeve IDs, we're now going to change this into an array. And we're going to have weights assigned to each of these, right? Sort of like this. Okay. And then now we can choose which one, how common it is. We'll do one here that's for sleeveless. So now down here, instead of just saying pick random, I want to say sleeve IDs. I'm going to do this. Global.choose weighted. This is the function I use for doing, weighted selection, random selection. And then I just say, oops, 1. So hopefully that'll work. So only some of them should have sleeveless shirts, but it's going to be more rare. Invalid type string. Why is that invalid? Variable type array. Let me just make sure this is an array. Strings. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, this should be an array of arrays. Let's try that. Thank you for the cheese time. Where is this shop in the world? This is, I imagine, like, I mean, it doesn't technically have, like, a real place, but, yo, think about it. But I always imagine it kind of being, like, in the northwest U.S., you know? Oregon or Washington or something. So, yeah, probably somewhere around there. There we go. So now some people have sleeveless shirts, but it's going to be a bit more rare. I'm going to make it a little more rare to have a sleeveless shirt. I think it's still too much. Oh, I didn't even set the value. I always got a Carolinas, Florida. I mean, yeah, like it doesn't really have like a real location. It could be like down in Florida or something. It doesn't matter. I just was like, oh well, the shop's made out of like wood, so it's like maybe some little thing in the Northwest. But I could also totally see like a Florida vibe too. So yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. That's the glory, is that it's whatever, you know, location you want it to be. And also, I want to do the hair types too. So where's our hair sprites? Oh, I'm just loading them in manually. I think we're gonna change the hair. Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. I wanted to use the IDs instead now, right? And I have these all up in here in hair types, so I'm gonna go down into customer again, because instead of preloading these sprites again, it's just better. And then we can do the same thing where we choose a, you know, rarity for them, which is good. Because, like, I've noticed a lot of people are bald. And, like, there are bald people in real life, but not that many bald people, you know? So I think it's a good idea to control the rarity of those. And there's a bunch of different ones we gotta throw in here. Let's just copy all these and then... Okay. Now, something we could do, which I'm not, like, 100% sure about, is we could kind of, like... Sounds bad, but we could, like, stereotype. Because a lot of the times there are haircuts that don't really make sense with particular... that you just never really see. I think that sometimes it makes the customers look very random. Like, for example, not a lot of white people have curly hair. Right? I mean, some people do. But typically, if you're white and you have curly hair, you probably have orange hair also. There's genes that are linked, right? So we could implement something like that to make the customers look more like real life, but I don't know. I'll think that one over, probably. We got long. We have even more than that. We got long, full cut, and the afro. Alright. Get rid of it. So now we should be able to just use those IDs. We can do the weighted choosing instead, which would be better. Yeah. Curly hair. Yeah, I mean, some people do, for sure. But it is a recessive gene, right? So it's just uncommon for people to have curly hair. I don't know. But it would be kind of hard to link everything together, because I'd have to be like, okay, this one thing got chosen, then choose this other thing. I guess it's like, how do I really link all that? So I'll definitely think it over. I don't know if it's really necessary, to be honest. I mean, I think it's fine if the customers are pretty wacky and random, but... Alright, so now for hair sprite, instead of doing this, I want to change this to... able to choose weighted. Hair... I should change this now to hair IDs. Okay, pass that in. And then I want to say, so we're going to get an ID from that. So global.hairtypes.get that ID at index 1. Then I want to get the ID. I think. Or no, I don't want to get the ID. I want to get the sprite. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Okay, let's see if this works now. I don't think there's anything wrong with stereotyping when it comes to hair. I mean, perps have to be especially trained with different races' hair. Yeah, it's true. I'll probably stereotype a bit, makes the game feel more natural. Yeah. I mean, they would look more like real people, because there are some things that, like, I always see with people that walk in, I'm like, that looks kind of weird, you know? Like, somebody walks in with, like, a... I mean, a lot of it has to do with, like, the sleeve color sometimes. Like, this is kind of a weird outfit. I don't think I've ever seen anyone wear a yellow button-up shirt with white sleeves. But, and, like, this is a pretty interesting individual here. Like, it's technically not impossible. And people can dye their hair and stuff. But, like, I don't know. And also, I think we have way too many bald people. And, like, people with mohawks. Like, a lot of these haircuts are more rare, right? So, it'll be good to kind of decrease the rarity of those. Like, it's not like 10% of the population has a mohawk. So we're going to lower that one. We're going to lower bald. Any of the, like, super crazy ones. These other ones are all pretty normal. But otherwise, those are the two that I always see. That's like, oh, that's a little weird. Looks like grandma, yeah. Yeah, like, probably not many people of African descent. Yeah, running around. Yeah, like, that's another thing, too, is, like, it's just... it feels a little weird when people with darker skin tones have blonde hair, because that's very rare in real life. Like, most people with darker skin have black or brown hair. So, I think it just would feel more realistic. Like, it's fine to do, like, graying hair or whatever, but, like, this guy, I just don't buy it. This doesn't feel like a real person. So, we could definitely do that. And sometimes it works just fine. Like, this person is fine. Well, I just killed them, accident. But you know what I mean. Yeah, the afro actually does give grandma vibes. I never thought about it. But yeah, I'm sure we could set some stuff up like that. Albino people, yeah. I mean, that's another thing. I mean, that is an extremely rare condition. What percent of the population is albino? Albino people. Probably like 1% or something. 1 in 5,000 to 1 in 15,000. Very, very rare. So 1 albino person. So you have a 1 in 20,000 chance to be an albino person. So that's pretty rare. Only one group of Africans known to have natural blonde hair, and only a few dye their hair blonde. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's a very common thing for people to dye their hair like that, so... Yeah, I'll probably set up some little, like, rules, so depending on the skin tone that was selected, we can kind of control things a little bit. And I really am not trying to be, like, racist. I think it is just, I want the customers that you see to be more believable. It's not that it's a bad thing, right? It just is what it is. It's just genetics. So, yeah, because, like, this is a little odd. I don't know. Yeah, well, I'll probably do some stuff, and I'll still throw it in so it's possible. Speaking of albinos, yeah, this this one here. Yeah, it is interesting. Oops, I keep accidentally killing them. Yeah, 100%. But now if you start messing with clothes or something, yeah, I'm not gonna set any like limits on the clothes, because that's kind of do whatever. If I do eventually add in facial hair, I might start sort of roughly doing like a gender kind of thing with the customers. And also, here's the thing too, is like, as a player character, there's no limits at all, so I think it's fine. But yeah, I'll probably make it so, like, obviously it would be a little weird if like, I mean, there's going to be exceptions to every person. There's always the possibility for it, but typically if you have long hair, it's more likely that you are a female. You don't have long hair. But yeah, I'll do that another time. I'm not going to throw all that in right now just because it's, you know, I want to get V4 ready and I don't want to pile on a whole new thing I've got to add in, but definitely will be doing that eventually. I'll just write it down here. Thank you for the cheese time. What's up, Dave? I'll just say like in here, set like, I need to like do like set up common trait system. That's basically what it is. Like, all right. But otherwise, yeah, we got the new hair. Let's do one more curly hair type. What kind of curly hair? We could do like long curly hair. This guy has a freaking mane, bro. It's the unknown. Welcome in. Pretty crazy. Yeah, so we could do some long curly hair. I don't know how the hair is going to work. I guess I can put hair in front of the body. Just thinking how that works. I don't know if I can do hair like behind the body very easily. We're going to mess around and find out. I already do have some long hair, but it's not really like this hair. We can kind of take this one and modify it. What genre game we were making? I am making a idle or incremental game called Lured In. It's an aquarium management game. So you travel out to different areas, catch fish, bring them back to your aquarium, and put them on display to make money from their customers. Yeah, we're just drawing in some new hair types and stuff today, so we're just gonna try and finish up. V4. So let's see, how do I want to draw this hair? I kind of need a person underneath here as a reference. Let's go get oh, wait, I thought I already had it. Here we go. I just need to like draw it on top of this person so I can figure out what I'm doing. So I think it'll line up there. Pretty sure that's where it lines up. So let's modify. So we'll make this hair a lot taller. I'm going to get rid of the body layer just because it's kind of in the way. Let's do this. I just need to see like exactly where this is going to lie. All right. Now I'm going to get rid of all the shading right now and just stick with white. Okay. Let me go look at my reference again. Green, yeah. See, I think I'm just gonna do like a very long curly hair. Yo, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. So their ears would probably be sort of covered up. So yeah, this is like what I don't know if it's gonna work, but we could probably like make this hair go in front of the body maybe. I'm not 100% sure what's going to happen there, but we'll try. I really don't know. And the hair on top isn't like super tall, so we'll do this. Yeah, I have no idea how this is going to look like, because the arm is behind here, so it's like, I mean, I can definitely do hair in front. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and save this so that we can just keep tweaking it now. Call this, what do I call this hair? Long curly. Is that some bad sushi or something? I know, yeah. Curly long. I guess. Sure. And we're gonna change it. This is just like, I just want to get the general shape. And let's go throw it in here. okay. Back in here. Curly long. Curly long. That is the one, right? Oh no. I think it's hair, curly long. Yeah, there it is. Alright, let's go see what this looks like. We'll do some shading here and stuff. I just wanna figure out the shade. See how far I can go with like the length before it looks weird. Yeah, see, this is what I was sort of worried about. So it looks like the hair is actually in the layer below the arm. Now, I think that is something I could fix, though. Yeah, because it looks really janky. Let's see if we can do that. So let's go into character. Then for hair. It is already set above the arms, but let's just now set this to 1. So that should keep it above everything now. Let's try it out. And that didn't work? I don't know why. Let's keep trying. Maybe I set it to 2. Maybe what's happening is that inside of the like the player character scene and stuff, it isn't actually getting the proper order. No, it is taking it. Let's just restart. Maybe I just need to set it to 2. But might have to go more than that. I don't know. There we go. I guess that's fine. I do think it looks better when the hair is like above the arm. So, okay. Now, one option that we do have potentially is like having some hair like behind the arm like that. I don't know what this is going to look like. I just want to see. So that's sort of what that would look like. But I guess here's the problem is that the minute you start like rotating your arm, that looks really odd. So I think I'm going to kind of avoid doing that. If I'm going to do long hair, just keep it just long. Right. So now we have to make this curly. I'm just going to shade it white right now. Oops, I think it was supposed to be pure white. How long have I been making this game? I've been working on this since the beginning of the year, like in January. So yeah, it's coming along. We're just, I don't know if this gives the illusion of curly hair. Well, kind of does. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, we're just working toward the Steam Next Fest demo. It's going good. So I might do a couple spots in here where I actually grab this and do like 50% opacity. Just like this to kind of make it look more curly. Do the same thing there. There. Right there. Okay, then the outline. See, I don't know if do I want to do an inside outline. I feel like that would look a little odd if I did. But I do need to do one like over here. Like probably just something like that would be fine, but let's see. Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah, I think that works pretty well for curly long hair. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's going on here? They're phasing through the hair. What? Oh, it's because, like, since the hair is... Okay. Hold up. I thought I got all the arm stuff properly, so it would do, like, show behind parent and stuff. But that one has show behind parent. So what's going on with this one? Because it doesn't actually have any depth. I guess all I need to do is just move the hair to be placed above those ones. And then that would probably fix it, and I don't have to set any depth on the hair. Let's try that out. I think I can just put it there and reset the depth to 0, and hopefully it'll stay above the arms. We'll see, though. I don't know if this is actually going to work. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Oh, almost, though. So it's fine there, but then sometimes it's not fine. Like the character, it's not fine. So why is that? Maybe I just accidentally broke something in here. Let's go check. Player hair is in the right spot. Am I adjusting the character's Z index in here? It looks like I am. But I don't know why I'm doing that. Z index is set to 1. Okay, I think I know why I am doing that. So what I'm going to do to fix that is just set their hair also to 1. It's because I need to have that arm above the fishing rod, because otherwise it causes a lot of problems. So let's see what this looks like. Also, I need to make sure that the fishing rod is going to stay above the hair. Hopefully that's not going to be a problem. We're about to find out. Yikes. So we got to fix that. A little quirky. Also, I wonder if we're going to have like the same problem with like, well, Grandpa's cane doesn't really go up that high. Or no, the hair on these guys doesn't have any Z indexing, so it should be completely fine. But it's just specifically for the player character holding the fishing rod. Yeah, I'll have to figure out what to do about that. Because the fishing rod needs to be above the hair, but the lower arm needs to be above the fishing rod. It's a little complicated. Hey, Dave Does Dev. Welcome in. How's it going? How could I do that? So the fishing rod draws above the hair, or it should. I might just have to do some weird stuff here. I mean, this does work like this, where the arm is above the hair, but it is a little strange, not gonna lie. I don't know about that. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do about that. Maybe have to hand a different object to the arm. It is a different object, but I think also that hand can potentially go over the hair as well. If we go back to the curly hair. Where is it? There it is. Because if we go up like this, maybe not. I mean, we could just do that. Just keep it where it's at. So we could do this, where we say, I don't want to do this. Maybe I stopped setting the index of that upper arm. I want to see what this would look like. It's probably going to be like broken. So that does work there. Then I could just set the index of the lower arm up 1 so that it stays above the fishing rod, but the arm will stay below. So upper arm. Now we just change this to lower arm. You can give it a try. What is that? Why is that broken? It's a null instance, huh? Oh, right. It's a child of the upper arm. Like that. What's going on? Hold on. Oh, it is called low arm. Whoopsies. Let's restart. Stumbled upon another game dev. Yeah, welcome in. We're working on Lured In today. I'm getting a couple things fixed with some player cosmetics. Yeah, there's a little idle fishing game that I've been working on since January. You can go out, travel to places to catch fish, and then bring them back to your aquarium and make money from customers. So yeah, that actually looks pretty good now. So the lower arm stays above the fishing rod, but the fishing rod stays above the hair. So, and it doesn't cause any weird depth issues with the other characters. Now, like if like characters walk over each other, since the hair doesn't have any actual Z depth, it's treated as basically one big sprite. So I think we're good to go now. Cool. All right. We're also making a fishing game in Python. Let's go. Yeah, I'm using a GD script. It's very similar to Python. Practically the exact same thing. Yeah, it's been a really good time so far. Are you using oh yeah, Starground? Yeah, that's the game I am still working on that I started before this one is Starground. There's a little multiplayer automation dungeoning game. I do need to work on another update for this game. But it's really hard to squeeze everything in. I've kind of just started to just focus on Lured In a lot more. Because it's hard. It's hard to balance all the time with everything. I don't know. Part of me wants to just like wait. Like do one more update on Starground, wait for the Lured In stuff to get wrapped up in July, and then really focus on getting Starground finished. That might be the plan. Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll have to see. But yeah, anyways. I'll figure that out. Okay, so... Also, one person asked for purple hair. So I could throw that in. Got the pink hair. I can just throw in purple. So I think that's just inside of the player. I think. Maybe not. Actually, I think it's inside of the customization menu. Then right here we have hair colors. Oh, we already have. Okay. Let's just go grab a color in here. I guess we'll do like maybe a darker purple, like that. We'll see what that looks like. Because we already have pink, which is on the same sort of vibes purple. All right. I don't think I had my hair set as blue before, did I? It's a little odd. By the way. So that is purple, but it is pretty, like, dark. In the context of the colors of the game, it almost looks a little more like... I don't know. I might go ahead and brighten it up a little bit to this color instead. Yeah, there's game. Nah, so game does change depending on the title of the stream, so I did actually get that set up recently. So if we're working on Starground and Starground's in the title, then it shows the Starground one instead. So yeah, we have dynamic commands. But yeah, we can throw that in there though. Games with an S. Yeah, one for all the games. We could totally do that. Why is that still... Oh, did I accidentally duplicate the color? Oh, that's why it was probably all broken. I already had it in here. That is the one, right? Let me go see. 6A 536E. Yeah, that is. So we already had that color. Okay, but now we've got like a darker pink purpley color. Should be fine. I could make a new color that's sort of a more bluish purple if we wanted to, but I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, we can go make that command super quick if you guys want. Let's do it now. Down into wherever I call game. Let's duplicate this. Call it command games. Signals. I have like a different one for every command. Yeah, it looks like it. So on command games, command received. Where do I do that? Man, just buy. It's right here. Let's go down here. All right, let's just make a string. Let's do this. Output. So we're gonna start off with publish 3 games, or not publish technically. Released 3 games on Steam, including. But then now I want to do 2 new lines and the links for all of them. Starground. Oh, I haven't released Lured In yet, though. Well, almost. I'll just say, instead of saying release on Steam, I'll just say, you know, I have 4 main projects I have worked on, working on. I'm still working on. All right. Let's go get all the links for everything. Starground, new line. Lured In. I guess I'll list Pogo Rocket. It is a game we made, I guess. Yeah. Don't worry, I forget all the time. Then I'll just put like Deadlift in here. Doesn't have a link, but and then I'll just say like jams and other MISC projects. And we'll get my itch page. Remaster? Yeah, never. I think the concept of the game is just fundamentally flawed, you know. Now let's replace all this with output. Alright. Let's go ahead and see what this looks like. Change that. Oops, yeah. Starground. I don't know if the command will start working. We might have to restart the overlay, but let's try it out. Yeah, I think I gotta restart the overlay. Hold on. Concept was fine. I have a lot of issues with the concept. I mean, maybe the initial concept, but it was too simple, I feel like, for really a full game anyways. I don't know. There's multiple problems with the development and the concept and everything. I don't know if anything really went right. That's fine. I actually wanted to be a fast-paced speedrunning thing. Yeah, I just like, I don't know. I guess I didn't understand that fact. There was miscommunication on both ends, I think. So I don't know. It's fine. It's done. Yo, let's freaking go. Thank you so much for gifting us that, Steven. There's the confetti. Thank you so much for doing that. That's awesome. Really appreciate it. Seems to be potential for remaking. I don't really want to. I don't really, like, want to make a platformer game, you know? I don't know. I think it's oversaturated and there's already better platformer games out there anyways. So I have other ideas that are better, I think. Never speak of this again. Here, let's try this command out. There we go. It's a little bit of a mess, the formatting. But now actually I could make these links more compact, theoretically. Thank you for the cheese time. If I made a horror game, we are working on one in the background. It's called Deadlift. So at some point, yeah. Thought you could embed? I don't know. I think hydrate. Maybe there's a way. So I think we can get rid of HTTPS and just do store. What's the you can make this link very small. Let me test it. If I get rid of HTTPS, it automatically fills it in. And I think you can get rid of store.steampowered. Small. Let's see if there's a way to do it. I know there is a way to do it. Oh yeah, there's s.team. So we can do this, which would be way smaller. So just say s.team. And I think we can get rid of all this other stuff. It is a little cursed, but you know, it's coming from the stream, so it's fine. We'll see what that looks like. I don't know if we actually need to even include the name or the app ID. I'm experimenting right now. I think I can get rid of the name at the end. Like that. And I think that still works. So that's much more dense. Let's give this a try. And it looks like it still recognizes it as a clickable. Whoa, what? Don't click on that link, guys. Hold on, maybe s.team is not what I thought. I thought that was Did I type it in wrong? Hold on. Don't click on it, guys. But that is what you do. Whatever, we're just gonna change it to steam powered instead. Too risky. I don't know why. A little odd. Okay, let's try this now. Alright, now it actually goes to Steam. That's really weird that it goes to whatever that was, Atlassian. It's very strange. Alright, well, we're gaming now. Let's go, Hype Train. It feels like it's not putting enough new lines here. I think I might go ahead and do this. Do more new lines. One more try, guys. How does it look on Twitch? Because I'm just looking at it through like the little... Actually, I don't know if new lines even work on Twitch. They don't. Is there a way to do like a tag or something like this where I can say like link, then put a link as like a text? Is that a thing that we can do? Can anybody confirm that? I guess let's get rid of all this stuff. Snooze that ad. Okay. So, hey, Nick Jack, sorry I didn't see you in there. But yeah, we're working on... I'm just adding in a new command that has all the links to the games. I'm gonna see if there's any, like, Twitch chat formatting, you know? I'm just not sure. So it does have Markdown. Just redirected me like 10 times. Okay, there is a way to do a link. Boom. And apparently you can do headers. I don't know if that's going to work, but we'll try it. So now instead of doing all this, I can just say bracket starground. At least maybe. Now that might be only for inside of the info panels and not actually in chat. But maybe as a broadcaster it works, so I'm not really sure. Let me try it really quick. Nope, that does not work. Alright, I don't think there's anything else we can do about it. Unfortunately. Well, it's fine. I guess it is a little bit of a messy command, but I don't know. Probably. If somebody has the chat wide, then it's fine. Maybe. I don't know if I can even do that. I don't know. Anyways. Yeah, did I listen to the music? I listened to, I think, a couple of them. Not all of them yet. But yeah, they're pretty epic. Yeah, I listened to the one with the vocals. But yeah, pretty cool. Back over here. Alrighty. What else do we want to do now? We got the 2 new hair types, which I think for now I'm okay with. Hair type, added curly hair type. Yo, thank you, posture check. What else have we done? We added fish rarities and background. What's that one? Oh yeah, sorting. I haven't put it in here. Added fish sorting inside of your inventory. Okay. All right, so let's just keep going along. I don't think I'm going to do this for this update, but we will do that eventually. I want to add in some new Ascension upgrades because it's been a while since we've added those in. So, let's go do that. I have a list of some ideas over here. So these are some of them. I want to do this one, the offline crab pot upgrade. Because especially now with the increased capacity upgrades, it kind of makes sense to be able to do your crab pot offline. So let's go draw an icon for that. I don't know what icon we're going to do for it. I might just go ahead and just do an image of a crab pot. I'm just going to do that for now. If I come up with a better idea for an icon, I'll replace it. So into the Ascension table. And I don't know what like branch this is going to come off of. Maybe it's after the first offline time limit. Possibly. We'll see what it looks like in the tree like that, but we'll call this offline crab pots. Let's call it. Oh yeah, I don't actually call them crab pots because it's not only crabs. And I'm just gonna call it offline pots. Makes it so pots collect fish while offline, like creatures. All right. Then we'll make it require this one. See if that looks good or not. Try it out. We need to do some rebalancing probably to the values of all the ascendant stuff. We'll figure that out. Like this. Okay, yeah, that works pretty well. Got a big branch over there. That's fine. I mean, it has to do with offline time stuff, so. Gilbert decoration of the peak. Yeah, that would be awesome. We can look into that, maybe, for this update right now. Well, offline. Alright. So now, let's go set up the code for that. I think it should be pretty easy. Let's go into offline notice calculation. Game looks awesome. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, it's coming along. This is if it's not empty. We do this here. Okay. Do all this stuff. Calculated cache, research. So I know how many seconds have elapsed. So I put it in here, how many seconds has elapsed. So I'm just gonna put a thing here so I remember where. Now let's go look at the code for the way in which the crab pots are calculated. I'm pretty sure that's in process. It goes through like each region. Yeah, and it sets the pot time. Okay, it actually just does one line. So it just says remaining pot time minus that. And then it calls catch pots. So yeah, I think this is pretty doable. Let's go into here, and then I just want to say global.catch pots, and then we can figure out how many times we need to call that function depending on how long the time has elapsed, right? So what we can do for this is say seconds elapsed divided by global dot, what is it? Get pot time. So this will return the time in seconds. So let's go look at this code. So let's say that we have pots. Let's say our pot time is like 60 seconds or something. And we've elapsed 120 seconds. Then that should happen twice. And I'm just gonna go ahead and like lower this value, just so that if we get like a weird thing, it doesn't. Yeah, because I don't want people cheating. Then now we say for I in that, all catch pots, and only say if global dot ascension level li dot ascension dot offline pots is greater than 0. Then we all right. I think we're all good there. Go try it out. So we have I have no ascension points, but tell anyone. So my ascension. So now we have offline pots. So we also get a bunch of. Oh yeah, I don't even have pots. Get a bunch. So we should get fish pretty quick. Let's exit out of the game, and then I want to go ahead and see if this works. Offline catch. I'm just gonna put this in so I know when I'm catching something offline, how many times, you know. So we're just gonna sit here and wait for a minute while the game's offline to make sure it works. But it should work. Ascension level's greater than 0. I think it'll be fine. We'll see. Let's wait. Any cool games you guys have played recently? Any epic, anything epic? Anything at all? I don't know. I did buy some games recently. I need to play them. I haven't even opened them. That's kind of the story of my life. I get games. I'm like, whoa, this game I've been wanting forever is on sale. And I buy it and then I never play it. Unfortunate. but that's how the cookie crumbles. I've been trying out some Build 42 Project Zomboid. Oh, it's some buddies. Nice, yeah. That's the new multiplayer. Yeah, me and Saiku ran that up a little while ago. It's fine. It's decent. We just couldn't get to the point though where we actually got to like experience the new stuff. So, oh, I didn't actually place down any pots. I think I'm maybe a little bit stupid. It's okay. Let's see if I had any placed. I probably didn't. Well, I did have that one. Maybe. I'm gonna go through all these areas and just raise them all up and drop them again. Jungle. I'm gonna release all of them. I don't care right now. Drop again. Drop that guy. Oops, I raised that one. Okay, now let's try this again. Sorry about that. What program am I using? So I'm using Godot to make Lured In. For drawing, I use Krita. It's a couple different things I use. I've been playing Soul Mask. Haven't heard of that one. Let's look it up. A cool game I found recently called About Fishing. It's got some, let's see, About Fishing. This one. Oh yeah, I saw this one. Yeah, it's kind of like, is it a horror game? I mean, it appears to be. It's an atmospheric mystery fishing game. Yeah, it does some like rope simulation stuff. That's pretty epic. It looks pretty neat. It's like Resident Evil, but fishing. You got like the inventory grid management. Yeah, it appears to be not explicitly horror. There's a playtest out. Pretty epic. Oh, you can like catch things while you fish. Yeah. Pretty cool. Yeah. Oh yeah, I knew it seemed familiar. It's the person that made Arctic Eggs. Right? Yeah. I was like, this looks just like that other game. Like the way they do the character models and stuff. Ibis Am. What is this? More fish. So they already made a fishing game. It's not the first fishing game. They really like their fishing games. Huh. They're making 3 fishing games. Cool. But yeah, Soul Mask. I think you might have mentioned this one to me before. Yeah, it's like the PvE Egypt game. Pretty cool. But you said it's been disappointing. What was disappointing about it? The new game Windrose is pretty fun. Oh yeah, yeah. Windrose. I think I've heard of that. Yeah, it's kind of like a survival game, but maybe a little bit of Sea of Thieves in there. Well, I mean, obviously it's a pirate game. Seems cool though. That would probably sort of fix a lot of my issues that I always had with Sea of Thieves. I wish there was a game where you could like build a boat and go pirating. That would be cool. I don't know, maybe you can do that here. But it looks like you can build like a building on the land and your boat is just kind of a static thing. that an idea? I got Winrose, but gonna wait for 1.0. Yeah, that's fair. Soul Mass Combat is just so janky and just bad. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, unfortunately, 3D games like that sometimes are. I don't know. Alright, let's go test this out. Catch fish. I hope. Let's go. Alright, so it looks like it did work. Oh yeah, and it also takes into account like my efficiency bonus, I think. Right? Because we have like maximum. How does the efficiency work? I might possibly take the efficiency value also into account with this. Because that would be kind of good, I think. Yeah, we could do that. So efficiency is just a value from 0 to 1, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So we can just multiply the seconds elapsed by that. Unless I'm already doing that, but I don't think I am. I'm getting the time, efficiency. I do all this stuff. Minus seconds elapsed. Okay. Then this stuff. Global ascension. Blah, blah, blah. So I can just get the seconds elapsed and then multiply it by our efficiency value. I think that should work. Hopefully that works. we'll see what happens. I am multiplying it down here by efficiency, so it should work. Right, calculated cash. How am I getting my value? Okay, right here. Efficiency. Okay, hopefully this works then. So if you only have like 10% efficiency, your pots are 10% weak or 10% power. Like the rest of the game is cool, but the combat ruins it. Yeah, it's too bad. Is that game early access? Let's see. Nope, it's not. Interesting. Well, that's too bad then. At least if it was early access, you can be like, yeah, well, there's potential for it to get better. Yeah, that's too bad. This game apparently now has a big new update, update 1. I did buy this and play it a little bit. It was decent. I still definitely prefer Factorio and probably even Satisfactory. But what did they do in the new update? New zones, new resources, new buildings. Okay. The zip lines are actually really nice, thank God. It takes so long to get around everywhere, so. Pretty epic, though. There's a lot of new stuff in this update, actually. It's another game waiting for 1.0 on? Yeah. It sucks that, like, every single game is early access. I get very tired of early access. Why I'm not doing early access. It's not a good idea. Plug. Where's my note? There it is. Boom. Add an ascension upgrade for offline crab pots. Alrighty. Maybe we could do like one more ascension. I don't know which one would be the easiest here. Get per fish per catch. I've thought about doing that one. Like you can buy like a little like 10%, chance to get double fish. What do you guys think about something like that? I do like all these ones, but they for sure would require kind of a lot of like mechanics to implement. Something like changing a feed, it'd have to have a menu that lists out all the weather and like that's the whole thing. Ability to trade up fish, that's also another whole menu thing. An auto feeder, I don't know about that because it kind of goes against the whole reason for the feeding mechanic. About a chance to catch a rare fish. Yeah, what I think I want to do for that is do like specialized lure types instead of just having like a flat percentage. Because here's the thing, maybe sometimes you don't want to catch rare fish, you know, depending on like what the quest of the chef is and stuff. So I don't want to force people, I guess, to have to catch rare fish. So I'm thinking about like inside of the equipment menu in the shop or something, a little panel on the side that lets you choose what your lure type is, and you can buy new lures and stuff. Because that'd be cool. Then you could like pick one that increases chance for rare fish, or like I've always liked that in web fishing. There's all these different like pros and cons to each one, you know. If we look at the wiki, right? So obviously normal boring hook, fly hook has a higher chance to catch small fish. So stuff like that is actually really cool because it makes it so you could like catch specific types of fish. Like lucky hook, gain a small amount of cash, challenge lure, patient lure, quick jig, reel quicker and gain rod power. Always catch saltwater fish no matter the body of water. There are some pretty neat lures in here. Always catch freshwater fish. Chance not to consume bait. Higher chance of catching treasure. Higher chance of catching large fish, you know. Higher catch chance just in general. So I do really like this mechanic that web fishing has with the different lure types. So I'm thinking about doing something like that, and I think it would be like a whole system. So like you'd go inside of here, you'd go to the equipment menu. I might put like a bar here or something, but there'd be like a list of different lures that you can buy, and then you can select which one is active. So I'd like to do that. Is this an incremental game? It is indeed, yeah. An aquarium management incremental game. About a faster catch rate. We already do have that here with the improved bait. So I kind of don't want to do Ascension that overlaps our upgrades, if that makes sense. Because really when you ascend, you get more money, so it becomes easier to buy more upgrades. So it would be probably a little bit weird if we had like 2 layers of it. It might also be confusing because then you have to like calculate all this stuff. You're like, okay, well, if I have this upgrade, then I have to say plus this percentage on top of this multiplied by this other thing. It gets complicated. Yeah, that's what I think would be the best kind of Ascension upgrade. Is like a small chance to catch 2 fish when you catch one. I think that would be nice. So it's just a little bonus, but it doesn't like break anything in here. And it really has nothing to do with the lure type, so I think it would be fine. So let's go ahead and do that. Maybe we could even like add multiple of those kinds of Ascension upgrades, you know, have like 5 of them to keep increasing that chance to get double fish. I'm not going to do that right now, but it's a possibility. Okay, so what do we want to do for that? Just thinking about the icon here. We could do like 2 fish side by side, or we could do like a hook with like 2 hooks, if that makes sense. All right, we could have like a hook and then like another hook. What do you guys think would be a good icon? What about other catches, like a money case / chest? I do want to do that, yeah. I think it could actually be nice to do that as an Ascension research, or not a research, but as Ascension. Because then you have like a reason to play through again after you ascend. You're like, oh, now I can go catch some treasure chests, you know. Maybe a merch shop. I do want to do that at some point too. Although I think that's going to be kind of more of a research thing since it's going to be a part of the shop expansion. So we'll think about that. Unless I do all of our shop expansions via Ascension. Because it is like you're moving shop every time, you know, that you ascend. So maybe it would make sense if like each time you had a larger shop, right? So I'm not completely opposed to that idea, actually. I don't know. Like a hook with a worm could work. I wanted to imply that it's like double of something, so... I was big into idle games like 10 years ago because I like everything before it becomes cool. I was always also really... I've always been big into incremental idle games and stuff. All the mobile games, Adventure Capitalist and that stuff, you know. Cookie Clicker. Universal Paperclips. I just like idle games or incremental games. Those ones aren't all idle. I don't have any for making minigames easier yet, no. So that is a possibility. Although the only thing about that kind of upgrade that I feel like is like... I don't know if I want that to be an upgrade. I think there are some settings like that I want to just be accessibility settings. Because... here's the problem. I don't want the game to start off super hard. It seems like kind of backwards if I were to make the minigames purposely too hard, because then the first people that play through the game aren't going to be able to beat it, and they're going to be like, this game freaking sucks, and not even play long enough to get to the Ascension. So maybe like instead of doing just a flat make minigames easier, it could be like a chance to... like if you run out of time or like lose the mini game, you have like a small chance that you don't lose and you get like a little extra time boost or something, you know, or it restarts the current, something like that. So that's a possibility. I'll write that one down. Because it's still like, I don't break the difficulty balancing, but it's just kind of like a little mercy system where it's like, it's okay, try again, you know. Ascension to revive you if you lose a minigame. Essentially what it is. What would you say are your biggest influences on this game? There's a couple. I think one of the big ones, I already have it selected for some reason, is Chillquarium. This definitely, just the whole aspect of like collecting fish and stuff and decorating your tanks, placing down the decorations in here and things like that. That's definitely a big inspiration. That's one of the big ones. Another I would say for sure is Fish Tycoon. And this is like a really old game. Apparently this one is actually free, but the original is really the one. But this is a fun game. But it's plagued by a lot of balancing issues. But this is like another aquarium management game. You can buy like things for your tank, decorations, and food and chemicals. But it's pretty fun. But very dated. I played it recently again. I'm like, this game actually kind of isn't that good. Why am I getting suspicious suggestions? Don't like that. Okay. What's another one? Specifically with like the whole like fishing stuff. I mean, there's a lot of games that do fishing, but oh, did this just release? Oh, the trailer release. Okay. What is this? There's like evil fire. The other one is Fishing Planet. I do like the like fishing in this game, but I think the thing I don't like about it is that like it's trying to be ultra realistic, and there is definitely a market for that. I mean, that is a niche to fill, so it's good. some people want it to be ultra realistic and hard. But when I played this game, I just felt like it was a little too, like, I didn't really feel a good sense of, like, improving or gaining progress. Like, you'd fish up some stuff and, like, buy a new rod, but then it wouldn't really, like, actually make anything easier for you. And sometimes you could accidentally just go broke and kind of ruin your save if you go somewhere really expensive and don't fish up enough guys. So stuff like that, to me, was a little disappointing with this game, I guess. And, like, there's a bunch of DLC, so you never get to explore cool areas. You're just locked to, like, the initial zones. But anyways, this definitely was a big aspect, I think, of Lured In, though, just being able to travel around and catch stuff. And then the other one is Dixium. This is a little incremental game where you, like, run a museum. So there's definitely you can see some elements of this inside of Lured In, like having this little, like, panel of how much income you're generating and stuff. But yeah, this is a pretty fun little game. It's very cheap. It's not a super long game or anything, but yeah, it's nice. Yeah, you can beat it in just like a couple hours, so. But it's cool. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of things. Let's see, yeah, I feel like Ascension needs more incentive. Yeah, we can definitely work on that. I'll put this down in here, make top expansions a part of Ascension, because that makes sense. Steam in 2026, yeah, it's a bright moment. I love fish games in general. I'm making Insane Aquarium like right now as my first game. Let's go. Yeah, Insane Aquarium is also really awesome. I do love Insane Aquarium. Yeah, I wish there was a modern Insane Aquarium, you know? Because the classic, I mean, the deluxe, it's epic. But, you know, trying to run it on Windows 11 and stuff, it's, like, stuck to the 4:3 aspect ratio, and it's really low res and stuff. Like, it would be nice to have a modern version of Insane Aquarium one day. I don't know, maybe I'll be the first. Oh, no. I'm sure there's already people, like you're saying, you're making an Insane Aquarium like. Me and Zach did come up with an idea for a game that was kind of like Insane Aquarium, but sort of a different, like, setting. And gameplay-wise, a tiny bit different, but maybe we'll make that game one day. I don't know. Yo! Thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate that. Well, let me, funny confetti is broken. There you go. But yeah, thank you so much for subscribing. I really appreciate that. Let's see. Maybe one where two fish of the same species have a small chance to produce an offspring in your tanks. Breeding mechanics. We have talked about that before, and, like, the only thing I think that would be bad with, like, a breeding mechanic like that is it kind of encourages people to just get the most rare, expensive fish and just breed only those fish and never do anything else. So that's the only thing where I'm like, I don't know if I want to do a mechanic like that. It's hard to say. But that's why I think the trade-up system would work, like, kind of would be fine. Because you can trade in your not valuable fish for rare fish. So in that sense, you're kind of, you know, creating or quote-unquote breeding new fish. You're not breeding them together, but you're getting new fish by sacrificing old ones, so there's, like, a trade-off. But something like that might work better. I feel like it'd be a little more balanced, but it's hard to say. Yeah, breeding mechanics like eugenics. Well, we'll see. Someone mentioned Insane Aquarium. Yeah. We're still technically addicted. Yeah, once you play Insane Aquarium, there's no going back. You go once you go insane, you're insane for the rest of your life. It's pretty good. I do really like that game. All right, let's draw this freaking icon. We could also do one maybe to increase the chance for rare money bags to drop. That's something I just thought about. We definitely have a lot more, like, research now compared to Ascension, I would say. Like, It looks like we have a lot of ascension, but really it's just like these are just big long trees. So we only really have like 4 different things in ascension right now. Research has got a bunch because we got the fish food in the weather station, Fishpedia, and all these things, and the donations. So that's kind of the research stuff is fine, I think. To be artist here? Yes, I am. Yeah, I do all the art for the game. So all these icons are mine. So let's see here. Let's draw. Could draw 2 fish like next to each other, like this, kind of laid out. Or maybe what we do is like potentially a hook with like 2 fish hooked onto the hook. You know what I mean? That could work. So we'll just like draw a little hook. Then we'll have 2 fish hanging off of the hook, right? Something like that. Yeah, this will be fine. Sick Rose, great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Have I included weather and spawns yet? Not yet. But I will do that pretty soon, I'm sure. I just need to think about how I want to get all that set up, you know? I have to make this look like a fish. And this guy, I guess he's going to be a smaller guy. So I got to keep the 2 pixel gap on the edges. So. Let's see that. That'll work there. I don't know what color these guys are going to be. We'll just do some kind of generic fish, I guess. I don't know what fish this is going to be, but it's fine. Doesn't really have to be anything specific. Usually they have a fin here. Fish are all kind of built the same, if you think about it. It's a tiny fish. Do that. Move his eye up. That'll be fine. All right. Eels are an exception. Yeah, eels are weird. Let's see. I'm a bit of a traditional artist and digital, so it's hard for me. Yeah, I used to only do traditional art on pen and paper and stuff. So I'm actually like, I guess, well, at this point now, I've definitely done more digital art. But yeah. It can be a little bit tricky to go between the two, you know, at least initially. So, what's up, Kenkles? See the chat thing still working? Yeah, thank God. Hasn't broken yet, so I think we're good to go. Yeah, we're just adding in some new ascension right now. Making one that increases, like, adds a chance for you to catch multiple fish whenever you catch a fish, you know? I think it'll be just a nice little bonus for Ascension. It's not going to really, like, change the game, like, significantly or anything, but just every once in a while you'll catch 2 fish and be like, oh, nice. You're right. So that's the idea. Just not noticed Krita mentioned. Yeah, Krita is pretty epic. I've had a good time with Krita so far. Yeah, I was using Paint.net before this, and like Paint.net has its problems, you know. I don't know. one of the big things that sucks about paint.net is it does not have any autosave system. And I don't think the dev has any intentions of ever adding it. So that to me was like, this is stupid. I gotta find something, you know, more modernized. I don't want to just rely on one person to do all the stuff and just hope and pray that they add in the things I need, you know? Ascension were the best / rarest fish from your last run as a ghost wandering your tanks and boost the fish or something. That'd be pretty crazy. Maybe. Let's do... I guess these fish are going to be green. Do a couple like little highlights here. All right, and then for the tails, usually they have like lines in their tails, you know. That'll work. Yeah, I mean, this isn't really designed to be like a real fish, so I think it's fine. Let's do like a dark green for the mouth. I'm actually going to make the hook like a little less visible there. It looks a lot. Okay. Replace all these with this color instead for the outline. Then over here, I want to do dark gray. Difference between these two colors is pretty minimal, but part of me has thought about just removing this dark green because it's basically the same as the gray. How many baits will there be? I'm not really sure. We could do a whole bunch of them probably for the different lure types. Yeah, if anyone has ideas, let me know. But yeah, I don't really see there being like a limit. I think we're just going to kind of keep adding in cool ones that we think of, so, you know. He has to have like gills here, you know. That's like the one thing I forgot to put in. There we go. Let's see, there's no other color for me to use here, is there? That kind of works. Nah. That'll be fine, unless I do like a darker fin like that. That'll be okay. It's not meant to be a real fish, just kind of a little placeholder guy or whatever. Alright, let's do some more shading on the hook and stuff. And I might have like a fishing line in here, possibly. It just kind of fades out into nothing. Just because it looks cool. Just the gist of a fish, exactly. And this, I guess I might give it an outline. I'll probably make it not pure black. Probably gray. Oops. Like that. And then over here, I want to do like start fading it out. Kind of like that. All right. I suppose I'm pretty happy with that. So we're going to call this icon. What is this ascension actually going to be called? Oh yeah, also this would be tied in a knot, so you'd see like the line would go over the hook. Like that. Yeah. Icon double lucky hook. Yeah, I like lucky hook. Then we can have like Lucky Hook 1 and 2 and 3 and all that stuff. Yeah, because I might do multiple. trying to think if that is what I want to do. Yeah, I think we could do multiple of these. One of these days, I might merge all these like multiple upgrades just into, because I do have this whole level system. I don't ever use it right now, but whenever you unlock one of these, these researches and ascensions actually have just a number associated with them. So theoretically, I've set it up so we could make it so we don't have to have like multiple of the icons extending out. You can just keep like putting ascension into the same dot, you know, and it'll show like text at the bottom, like 1 out of 3 or whatever. So that's a possibility. But we'll see. Yeah, I think we could call it Lucky Hook. Yeah, it could be. I think I want to do like eventually it turns into a different kind of ascension. So like what I'm thinking with this is it'll start off just being the chance for multiple, just for 2 fish, and it keeps increasing the chance to get a double fish. But then at a certain point, I think as you keep going down the tree of the ascension, I'd like it to start like changing into being triple fish or something. So like if we look at something like this, right? So like these would be the double ones, and then all of a sudden it changes into being the triple ones. Does that make sense? So it's like chance to get double, 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 and then you get up to like a really high chance of double, and then at a certain point it goes into here, and these are now triple chance, or like chance to get 3 fish. So I think that's what I'm gonna do eventually. But right now, we're just going to have 1 level of it. I'm not going to go super crazy with it. And I can add more in later. Because I want to make sure I kind of balance this before I, throw in a million of them. I say this every time, but it is really powerful. You can just think of an asset you want in your game, then draw it. Like, no downtime, waiting for other people. You get exactly what you want, how you imagine it. Yeah. Big boy brain indeed. Let's go. Yeah, that's why I've put so much time into learning art and stuff like that, and that's one of the reasons I don't really use asset packs super often, just because like being able to make your own stuff really is power. I'm not relying on anybody. I don't have to go search itch or pay any money for these assets. I just like you said, I think of it, I draw it, and I have it instantly. And I own, like, there's no like licensing things I have to worry about, because since I'm creating the asset, I have 100% ownership over it. I could sell it if I want. So you just realized my old fish is my avatar. Let's go. Plus gives your game a strong visual identity. Yeah, that's the other thing too, is like I don't have to worry about meshing other asset packs together. I just have all the assets are just from me, so it's all gonna look the same. To be fair, I guess sometimes older assets like look worse than the newer ones, just because I get better at drawing as I work on projects. But like we look at some of like the first icons and stuff in here, like these icons are okay. Like the new tank icon is fine, but definitely I feel like as time goes on, I get better at drawing these icons, which is a good thing. So that is nice. This is why I always encourage people, like, I mean, asset packs are fine, but you should definitely give it a shot trying to do your own stuff. I think there's something really valuable about that. Like, asset packs might be faster in the short term, but long term, making your own assets, I think, is faster and more versatile. It's honestly the same kind of thing I always say about using AI. Like, it might be a little faster in the short term because it can do some simple stuff for you, but then when you really get into the meat of it, the thick of it, that's when it gets hard. And being able to push through that period is what makes games get released. So, let's call this Lucky Hook. Lucky Hook, and then we're going to change the description to increases the chance to catch a second fish by percent. Let's call this lucky hook level. And this one like can potentially be pretty powerful. I might just keep it at 2 cost right now. One of these days I'm going to go through and do like a big rebalance of all the cost and stuff, but this will be fine for now. Think anyone can find a style that works for them, worth trying at least to make your own art? Yeah. And there's like ways to make things look really good if you don't come from an art background. Because we talked about doing this, like you can take an approach to the visual identity of your game, like really focusing a lot on like shaders and stuff like that. And shaders are one of those things where you don't have to be an artist to create these. I mean, it does help, but like all of these shaders are code, right? So you can make stuff look really cool if you're a really good programmer but suck at art, because you can just make shaders. And some of these look super awesome. Like, for example, to do something like this, the art aspect of this is like nothing. Like if you can open MS Paint and just draw in some little things, you know, just go like this, draw some lines, then bam, you can create this, right? So I think that's a really big thing, is it's not only about creating like just the drawing, it's the other stuff that goes into it too. This is a really cool shader though. I would like to actually use this someday, I think. Ah, there's so many cool shaders, guys. This is insane. This one's awesome. Big 3D water. Blood splatter. It's actually blood spatter. Or that's like actually after it's hit the wall, right? Orbitals. Wholesome vibes. What is this shader? I don't know what this does. Does it just make everything kind of blurry? And I think so. Canvas God Ray edge detection. Like, this is freaking epic. You could use that totally. Shaders are so cool. I need to make a short about shaders, guys. They're too cool. Where's the mediocre programmer representation? You can still do that stuff. Like, that's what Godot shaders is nice. You don't have to write all your own shaders. You can just find them online here for free. So, and they look pretty good. You might have to know a little bit, like just to kind of mess with them and fix them up, but it's really not that bad. Let's go over into fill description. All right. So we want to replace a couple things in here. All these ascensions, right? So first off, we want to do, I believe, the name. Actually, I think I have a different one for that one, yeah. So this is going to be Ascension Lucky Hook 1, and percent. I'm going to change this to this. I don't know what kind of chance we're looking at here initially. I mean, I think we could do like a 10% chance. We'll probably increase that later on or something. All right, and then the name, we have to do Lucky Hook and level. So fill name. Boom. My Ascension Lucky Hook 1 is level 1. There we go. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe one day I will change the whole Ascension and Research menus. Well, it's specifically just Ascension that does this. Research is really like you get one thing and it's unlocked permanently. But I think Ascension kind of has that additional like leveling system to the things you get in there, right? Because if we go look in here, you can see like Research is all like you get one thing and it's unlocked and you're done. But Ascension is more like you've got like these lines of things. So like you unlock all the different efficiency upgrades and all the offline time limits and stuff. So I could totally see just changing this into being just one node and it has like a level to it. And maybe that would be better. I don't know. So I might do that. Let's see, is that? No, that's fine. I was looking at that. I was like, oh. So yeah, I'll think about doing that at some point for sure. The only downside to doing that is it'll make our ascension tree look kind of empty, you know? And like some of these I'm okay with having as separate upgrades because it's like they do different things fundamentally. Like this one is specifically for shop decorations and this one is specifically for tank decorations. So these two I would always keep separate. But like government grants can be merged into one. All this offline efficiency stuff can be merged into one. Same with offline time limits. So I don't know. I just have to think about what I really want for that. I mean, it's not bad having it this way by any means. You know what I mean? It's fine. But it'd be a little cleaner if it wasn't like this, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. So anyways, let's unlock this now and go test it. So we want to go into the minigame class. And in here, whenever we catch the fish, let's go find it. I think it's right here in reel. So this is where we actually like catch the fish. So otherwise here we say fish data, fish success. So this is where we add the fish and do all the stuff. So now I want to actually get a quantity, right? So I want to say, how do I want to calculate this chance, you know? I'll just say if global dot get ascension level of li dot ascension dot lucky hook 1 is greater than 0. So I'm going to say var quantity by default is 1, right? And then if that's greater than 0, we have a 10% chance to get another one. So if randi range from 0 to, you know, I might actually need to say if this is 1 to 10. That should be a 10% chance, right? And then essentially we say if it's 1. Because how does this work? It'll do inclusive. So inclusive. Yeah, like this one will return either 0 or 1. So that's a 50% chance. So doing 1 to 10 would be a 1 in 10 chance, I think. So if it's equal to 1, then we say quantity plus equals 1. But then now, all throughout here, instead of saying plus 1, we want to set it all to our quantity. That should work. Hopefully. Also here in add fish, we need to set quantity. Alright, we should be good now. Then update weight. Alright, let's go see if this works now. So if we go travel somewhere, it's going to be a pretty rare chance, so we might have to sit here for a minute and wait. But we should eventually see one get caught, one extra one. Let's go upgrade our, it's already pretty high. I think it's just 'cause it's not raining and stuff. So cool to see a confident program work. Well, I appreciate it, yeah. Yeah, it's always nice finally getting to the point where you're like very familiar with the engine you're using. Because for me, it's a lot like, I don't know, easier to program now. I just know exactly what code I need to write, right? It's kind of already in my brain somewhere. Oops. Come on. Actually, I could just do this. We could say minigame OT. This will be fine. And eventually, we will see it do it. Let's release those guys. Keep going. It's still just one. That might potentially increase the chance more, but that's the whole thing of this being like a tiered upgrade or whatever, is that it'll get more common the more you buy it. Yeah, there we go. So we just caught 2 of those minnows. So yeah, that works pretty well. And then once we add in more of those upgrades later, it'll be even easier. So I think it works. How long did it take you to get there? Definitely has taken a long time, you know? I mean, really, I started working on stuff back in 2017. And, like, I sucked at programming back then. I was terrible, and I didn't know how to do anything. But you always gotta start at the bottom. So I worked on some stuff in GameMaker back then. Eventually I moved away from GameMaker because I only moved away from GameMaker in 2023 or something. I started learning Godot in 2024 when I started working on Godot, or not Godot. Or actually, I started messing with Godot in 2023. I made this little Godot project, and then I started working on Starground, which was like the first big Godot project. And I really liked using Godot. I was like, man, this is kind of an epic engine. So yeah, it's been years and years and years. And obviously also in that time, in 2020, you know, I started working toward my computer science degree. So that's a whole nother thing. Is I guess I am, you know, qualified. I am a computer scientist. But a lot of the stuff I learned with that degree really doesn't apply very much to the programming I actually do for making games. So it's hard to say if it's, I don't know if it's been a huge factor on my skill as a game developer, but it certainly didn't hurt, I guess. So write this down in here now. Add an ascension upgrade to add a chance to catch multiple fish. But yeah, it is time consuming. You have to have a lot of discipline and dedication to getting to the spot that you want to get to. So Retro Gaming, thank you for the follow. You know, because it's not just gonna happen overnight while you're asleep. Like, you've got to put in the time and the work and practice, and it's hard, and sometimes it sucks, but it does pay off someday, I hope. At least. Maybe learning will be my big break. I don't know, probably not. We'll see. But yeah, it's hard. Oh, that is at the top. I was like, hold on, I gotta go fix this icon. I knew something was up here. There we go. Now that should look better. There we go. Okay, yeah, we got that first level of it. Pretty epic. I'll probably do another level of it maybe right now. Just get it going. So if I'm gonna increase this, I don't want to have like 1 billion of these, right? I think the maximum I might get up to is 50%. Yeah. Probably. Because I don't want it to be just always guaranteed you get 2 fish every single time. But we'll see. Let's go back into here. Now, I could do 10%. But we also have the option of doing, like, more than 10%. So if I did 20%, what would that be? That'd be a 1 in 5 chance to get a double fish. I mean, that's like a pretty big chunk, right? I might just keep it at 10% and just increase it in increments of 10%. That'll probably be the best bet. All right, let's go put this in here for the next one. So lucky hook 1. And I'm going to make this one actually like more expensive because it can get pretty powerful as this upgrade goes up. And then instead of this for the description, I'm going to say increases the chance to catch a second fish 2 instead of buy, right? Because then now I can say to 20% over in our function in here. So fill name is fine right here. So to 10% to 20%. And we'll probably just stick with 2 for now. I want to see, like, I want people to mess around with it before I go ahead and add in 5 ascensions. Yeah, now the second one is in here. Oh, this shows level. Actually, have to do this. Go. If I get out of it and go back in, should be good. Oh, yeah, I have to do that. I have to restart the game. It's fine. Actually, why is that not working? It seems like it's... Oh. I might have just put in the wrong ID in here. Yeah. Let's try that again. Now if I go back in there. So it fixes the description there, but then if I go back in... there we go. Yeah, so now that works pretty well. So we can unlock this. Boom. And now we should have a 20% chance to get a second fish, which is pretty big chance. So you're a musician too? I do make music, but I guess for this game I have not really done any music stuff. That's actually... I've gotten my brother to do all the music so far. So, because he also does music stuff. It does eventually reach that spot sometimes where you've got to, like, decide how far you're going to go with solo dev, you know? Because, like, yeah, see, I just... Oh, no, that was one. Because, yeah, it's... You can't do literally everything. I mean, you can, but it would take a really long time. So sometimes there's things like that where I'm like, all right, I've got to concede and, you know, let someone else handle this. But yeah, he's doing all the music. So I theoretically could make the music, like, if I really wanted to. But, you know, like I'm saying, I think it's just a trade-off sometimes. If I did the music too, then that's taking time away from me doing the other stuff, like the art. Oh, that was weird. Why did that just, like... to fix that. Music is really hard. It's a very, like... It's hard to just come up with ideas and stuff for it, honestly. I don't know. And, like, I think the hard part too is it has to be, like, different enough from the other stuff, but not so different that it doesn't fit in with the style. You know, that's always what's really hard. Like, comparatively, like, drawing art, like, obviously everything, all the art that I do draw is different, but the thing is that most of these things are real things in the real world. So it means that, like, I'm not starting from nothing every single time. Like, if I'm going to draw in another fish, I have fish that I can just copy and tweak a little bit. So it makes doing this stuff a lot easier. Ugh. My field is drier than the desert planet of 1,000 suns. I don't know what that even means. It's easy for me when I'm messing around, basically doodling. Yeah. No, I totally feel it. Yeah, it's easy to just kind of screw around, but then when you have to, like, be cohesive, it's a lot harder. So, hey, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. So the game is not available for purchase yet, but soon. Right now there's a free playtest that you can grab, so there we go. Finally got to do that. Oh, no, I didn't. Yeah, I might have to increase that chance a little bit. I mean, this feels a little maybe unfair. I might increase it up to do a 20%. Oh, I didn't actually implement the code to do it. I'm just a fool. That's why it's not doing anything. Okay. Because I have this code and I didn't do the other ones. All right. So how do I want to do this? I guess what I'll start doing is just dividing this. So, like, let's do this. I want an easier way to calculate this probability. Let me look this up. Yo, don't graduate. Oh, that's one way to do it. Okay. So we could make a little function here to calculate these random chances. I don't know what the most efficient method is. But yeah, we could just have like a big array. Shuffle it with true and false values. And just pick one that's random. Turn it. The other option is doing like the a float between 0 and 1, I guess. So we could say, right, if we do random range 0 and 1, then we can say if it's like less than a certain value. So if it's less than 0.8, that's an 80% chance. My throat is messed up. Looks very interesting. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, so that'll be an 80% chance there. So we can start just incrementing this depending on, you know, what our chance is. So now I'm going to have another thing. It's like var. I'm just going to calculate the total of all these, you know. So if it's greater than 0, then I want to start adding them up. So var chance is equal to get ascension level, right, that plus the ascension level of our second one, and add those up. So that should be 2, and then we multiply these by 0.1 or 10%. So if we have 2 times 0.1 divided, that leaves us with 0.2. All right, this works. Then now we just say less than chance. There we go. So that'll work. And if I add in more of those, I'll have to go in and do it there. But so let's try this again. Let's just keep fishing for a minute. Should be a little more fair now. I would make the chance of this like ascension better, but the thing is that it's like kind of exponential, because like a 10% chance isn't a whole lot. Like it's a 1 in 10 chance, but then immediately the next upgrade doubles the chance to 20%. So now you have a 1 in 5 chance. And then the next one that you do, it's going to be a 1 in 4, 1 in 3, 1 in 2, or whatever, however it goes. So it just immediately starts jumping up super fast. Like, see, I caught 2 right there. So I think I want to just keep it a little chill. I don't want to do like one ascension that immediately doubles the amount of fish you get forever. So, and you know, it's good. I mean, imagine that you're catching this stuff and you catch a legendary fish. Now you have 2 legendary fish. That's like a big deal. So, and especially if we add on that extra one where you can do the triple fish and stuff, that's where it gets pretty wacky. Yeah, I think this would be good then. Let's maybe just add in a couple more of the decorations we're talking about, and then I think we might be ready for Q4. Unless there's anything else that anybody has suggestions for. The extra fish have the same weight? Yeah, it's going to just be a duplicate of the fish that you caught. So if you catch a minnow or something, you just get 2 minnows. And with the whole weight system, it won't like punish you for getting 2. Like if the weight goes over the keep net limit, it's just like fine, but it doesn't let you catch any more after that. Waiting for another double fish to happen. everywhere. Oh my god. Come on. There we go. Yeah, so that one was a double. I feel like that's a pretty good amount. I might even add one more or something to increase the chance a little more, but I guess it could be annoying in big fish areas. I mean, potentially. I don't know. I think it's fine. I'm not going to get it set up to where it doesn't count the weight, because that's really complicated. Because I have to, like, change all the functions I use to calculate what your keep net weight limit is. And I don't know how that would work. I have to keep track of which ones are double, which ones aren't. That's just, nah. Just upgrade your keep net size more. I mean, you're getting a double fish, though, so it's kind of fine. Doing reduced weight would just be just as hard, so I think I'm going to avoid that for now. I don't think it's actually going to be that annoying, but we'll see. Yeah, I'm going to wait on that. That's a whole can of worms, honestly. I don't want to do that right now before the update comes out. Yeah, we'll leave it there for now, just the two. I'll probably do more in the future, but I think it's fine for now. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of translation keys I need to put in now. We're going to have to work on that. That's fine. I do need to also work on this little menu here with the panel, because it doesn't fit with the vibe, like the visuals of the rest of the game. Maybe let's do that really quick. We're 2 hours, 20 minutes. I should be able to get everything done on time, I think, for the stream. I don't think there's any other big things I'm going to do. Like, what is our quest tab? We did, that's 2 new Ascension branches. I think that's fine for now. So yeah, just a couple more decorations, and I think we're basically good to go. Let's save for customers on that. Let's go fix this theme. So it's going to be the menu from the option button. I'm pretty sure. So let's start modifying. So it's got all the clicking stuff. This is inherited from the buttons. So where is that panel? I'm not really seeing it in here, so it must be called something else. Where it's like specifically like an option button panel or something. Right? Normal. Default style box with a button. I only see one normal in there, so I don't think it's that. There's nothing in here. There's no, like, textures. I don't know if it lets us change the little radio button either. I don't know where that is. Icon. It's the default icon. You have check button, check box. Gotta be like a class in here, what that is. It's like not a check box, but something like that. Oh, actually, I think it is. It's got radio checked in here. Oh yeah. Interesting. I think that's what we got to modify. Let's just start with that one first, because. So I think I want it to be sort of the same scale as the other one. What is that? Like our sliders that I drew. These little guys. I think that would be fine. And then how does it do like the color that it fills in? Is that like, it's got radio check, but somehow it turns blue inside, right? So is it just modulating it to be blue? I'm not 100% sure. We're gonna have to figure that out. It's only with the check box. I don't know if that's a button. Well, let's just try it. Let's change it to something. I'm just gonna set an override to something wacky, just to see if that is the icon that changes here. And see, it doesn't seem to do that. So I think it's only for the check box. So it's not that. So what is this node in here? I can't open it and then click on that, unfortunately. But I know that it's opening some kind of menu. I might have to look this up, because I'm sure there's like some class of node in here or something that is what that is. It's not that. It's none of these nodes in here. It's like a weird one, right? It's like an option button menu or something. Let's look through. Tree, tooltip panel, label, spin box, pop-up dialog, graph stuff. Yeah, I'm not seeing it in it. I'm gonna look up what this type actually is. I have no idea. Godot option button menu. Yeah, this is what I want to know.
Look, our
Yeah, see, I want to modify that. Okay. So go to the theme. Okay, so it does have styles there. That's the style for the button itself, not the drop-down menu. Font sizes. Theme. So he is setting up a theme. And then what is the thing that he's using? It is... the pop-up menu. That's what it is. It was something. There we go. Now I can change all these and the radio buttons. All right, epic. I don't know how big these textures are. We'll just have to figure it out, I guess. So how big is this one? This is 16 by 16. I think it's actually truly 8 by 8. Oh, maybe not. Oh, it is. So, I mean, I think this would work okay for a radio button. Right, something like this. So the radio button just has... middle? I think it is. So we'll just do something like this. Hopefully that'll work. We'll try it. Let's call this UI radio. Pressed. UI radio checked. And we have to scale it up to double size. Save it. So yeah, I don't know if this is gonna like modify the size of these things, right? Let's find out. Okay, so that's what it looks like that. Have the little blue thing in the middle. I thought it would, but I guess we're gonna add that in manually. Just make it white, honestly. And maybe not even have the other stuff in there. So that's while it's checked. So now in here, if we have it checked, it'll look like that. We don't even really need to have the little center thing. I mean, I guess, right? I mean, who says, right? You can just have a circle. right. Like this. That'll work. It looks like it shrunk it a tiny bit, so I might want to increase the size of this. Maybe we just go up another pixel. Then resize canvas to be 10 pixels instead. Boom. Oh, I have to move these down. We'll see what this looks like. I don't know if it actually like physically makes it bigger or not. I don't know. Okay, it looks like it definitely does, so that's good. Scale new size. 16. Nope, now it's 20 by 20. Let's do that. There we go. So now it's got a big old circle. And I think that's probably good. Like at that scale. It is a little larger than the old one, but maybe it being a bit bigger is just easier to see visually. So we're gonna keep it at that size and see what we think. How big did I make the sliders? Do I keep fish IRL? Yeah, I had a tank. It's not like active right now, but I did have one for a really long time. One of these days, I think I would like to get some new fish and start it up again, you know? But, yeah, it's just expensive. Eventually I will. So I'm going to fill these guys in now. Actually going to do this. Do like a dark green. Then the center. This again. But yeah, I've done a lot of freshwater fish keeping. I never did any saltwater stuff. Just because that's where it gets really expensive, honestly. Saltwater fish can be so expensive. Just buying them. But then you talk about like all the equipment you need and it's right. It gets really expensive. Disable. Unchecked is the one I use. That's what radio uncheck looks like. I don't like that because it looks confusing. I'm just gonna make it dark. It's probably like that. Maybe even darker. Maybe I go that for those colors and then that, I think. Alright, so now it looks like that. I like that. It's like a hollow and then you click on the one that you want and it lights up. Pretty cool. Alright, and then there is a disabled one. I don't really use... I haven't disabled any radio buttons yet, so I don't know if I really need those right now, but maybe eventually I'll add those in. Saltwater fish tanks too, yeah. You need to like acclimate each individual thing to the water and stuff. It is very time consuming, yeah. If I had like a better space to do it, I think then I would want to do it, you know? But it's hard because like, you know, I just have my bedroom. I don't like have my own house or something, so. Because I would definitely love to like, just, I don't know, have a better area for it. Like filling up tanks is really annoying because you have to, for me, I have to go upstairs and get water. I don't have like a sink or anything next to where my tank is, so it's hard. Especially like saltwater tanks are typically a lot larger, I think, than freshwater. So with those tanks, it can take a long time to fill up. I don't know. You know, it's at like 9 or 10 takes going on, so that's crazy, yeah. This live food culture is, yeah, that would be super expensive. I feel you don't have a space for one right now, yeah. Yeah, hopefully one day. Can Twitch see you? Yeah, looks like you're showing up on the chat on screen now. So, okay, so now we can choose our panel here. Finally. So we want to grab, let's go to our panel container. Copy this guy. Go back to our pop-up menu. Paste it in. Now look, it's got the new panel. It's pretty epic. So what's going on here? The options button, when I hover over it, is like broken. That's a little weird. Also, we got to do that same thing for our separator, for our horizontal separator. Copy that style. Pop-up menu. I don't know what the labeled separator is all about. I'm not going to worry about those right now. What's hovered? Style block's displayed when the pop-up menu is hovered. Oh, I guess that's like the one that's hovering over the option. I see. Let's add a new one there. I just want to see what this looks like. Is that what this is doing? Oh yeah, you can see that now. But that, I don't want anything super crazy for that. Yeah, I'll probably just do something like a bright green or something, or just a brighter color. Maybe even blue. That. Blue's kind of the secondary UI color, so I think it works. Yeah, that seems fine. Does that expand margins or anything? That made it look hard to tell. Yeah, I think this works though. So we got that. And then the other thing now is when you hover over the button, a little weird. What is this like embedded border and stuff? What is this? Background style used when the window is embedded. I don't know why that would be like a different style. A little odd. Colors. Well, so am I able to change this on an option button, like to control the type that it is? Because we go into the options menu. No, because these are only checks. I don't know how I would change this into the checkbox instead of the radio. I don't know how that works. Unless there's like a setting somewhere. Icon behavior. Don't know, but it's fine. I don't really need it or anything. All right, back to the options menu. Or the options button, you know. Where is that? Do I not have one for it? Oh, there it is, option button. So apparently this has like a different, I don't know where this is coming from. It's not in here. Show the default. Oh, there we go. So we have all the defaults in here. But we have like hover pressed or something, or like, what is it? Toggled. I think we just need to go back into the plain button. But see, that one's normal. So what's going on here? It is the toggle button. You can see when I toggle it on and then hover over it again while it's toggled, it's like weird. So let's figure that out. So we have disabled mirrored, focus, I don't want to mess with. I think it's hover pressed is the one that I need to do. So, what color do I want that? I'll just make it the regular hover texture, I think. So hover pressed. Paste. Yeah, there we go. Now it has the correct thing. So now when I hover over the options button, it just looks normal. Okay, that's good. literally looking at changing the theme of the options button, and I like it's sure you're doing the same thing. Yeah. Yeah, I've been slowly working through the whole theme for Lured In and kind of just getting all the elements, you know, updated to fit with the style of everything. Because right now they're not. I also want to do this to the all the checked buttons too. So the drop-down menu, the little panel in here is called the pop-up menu. That's what it is. Yeah, I was trying to look for it. I'm like, what menu? Where is this? Is it just default panel? But yeah, I realized there's actually one in there. It doesn't show it in here by default. You have to click the plus and then find it in here because it's like a custom item type or whatever. I don't know, it's weird. But yeah, hopefully that helps. It is a little weird how this like menu just stays pure black until it loads in. I don't know if that's like a thing that I can change the default color of or something. But I guess it's fine. It doesn't really matter. Looks like it's like setting up the UI or something. I don't know where that's coming from. But I do see like black pixels, so it's got to be something that I can change. I feel like. It could be this embedded border thing, maybe. Possible. Let's try it. Let's just change the embedded border to be just a new flat. Nope, so that doesn't work. Yeah, I really don't know where that's coming from. Unless this is a color thing over here. Title color font accelerator. Okay. Font outline. Close. Gutter compact. Ooh. So what is the gutter? Not 0, the icon gutter. We merge with the checkbox gutter when possible. I have no idea what a gutter is. And then there's close offsets. Vertical position offset of the close button relative to the bottom of the title bar toward the top of the title bar. Indent. Outline size. That's set to 0. Title height. I don't know what this stuff is. I think pop-up menu is also used for other kinds of nodes. So there might be things in here like, because clearly you can put in some kind of like title system, and I just don't know. I have no idea what that's all about. Icon for the close button. See, I don't have that stuff in here. Yeah, I really don't know what this embedded border stuff is. I don't think it's an embedded window, so I'm not even really using it in this case, but I just don't know what does that, the little like temporary menu that it opens. I don't know if there's a way to change that or not. I have no idea. It's one of the great mysteries. So let's go change the checkbox finally. So I just need to do 2 variants, one that's unchecked and one that's checked. I don't know what the size of these are. Imagine it's the same size as the radio button. So like if I go ahead and just load in just to test. Right. A radio button. Yeah, it's about the same size. So just do that, but make it tall. We'll do that. Or not tall, you know, wide. So let's do 40 pixels wide then. And I want to rescale this down to 20 by 10. So I think we'll just use the same colors here just to keep everything consistent. So this will be like our thing, our little slider. And I could make it a little bit wider. Nah, but it's probably fine like this. So when it's off, we'll have the sphere. I want to go a little bit larger with the sphere over here. Right, like that. So that's in the off state. I might also some other colors, maybe. I don't know. It's hard to say if I want to do that. I just look stupid. I'll just leave it like that. So this is, what is this called? Checked or something. I'll just call it check button checked. Unchecked for this one. And I don't like how the thing turns like black. It's confusing. So, all right. And then the other one. Like that. And I want this to turn white. Right? And then I think everything else can turn blue. Like this. Call this check button checked. Hopefully that'll be obvious enough which ones are enabled and stuff. Go ahead and try it out. Oh, I forgot to upscale them. Oopsie. My bad. Rescale to 40. Where's the other one? There it is. Rescale to 40. Try that now. Boom. Yeah. And then unchecked. Let's throw that guy in. Boom. Now it looks like that. I think that's definitely better. Cool. And I could change this more if I wanted, or just leave it like that. I think it's fine though. I don't know, which one do I like more? Do I like it like that or like that? I don't like it more like that, actually. If I'm really being honest. Oh, thought I rescaled this stuff. I guess I undid the scaling. That one's scaled though. Okay. So now it looks like that. That's pretty nice. It's one of those little things. So you gotta go. Sounds good. Thank you for coming in the stream. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your day. Hit the button? Yeah, I appreciate it. I think it'll work. It's better than the weird high res one. Because it always looked weird to me. I'm like, that's a little strange. But I think this will work. Then now we got the new menu button panel, which looks nice. So yeah, I think it'll work. Now for things that are checked, I might go ahead and make everything like blue. So for the radio buttons that are checked, I might make those blue actually. I just want to be consistent with like the theme that we do for this, right? Because I don't think I have anything else right now that I've done asset-wise that you check like that, so it should be fine to do this. But I want it to be like a bright check, probably. Near white, you know? Maybe literally do white. And blue. We'll see what this looks like. Because it's supposed to look sort of like the little white circle inside of the check button, I guess. That's the idea. So I think that works okay. Just want to make sure there's plenty of contrast. Okay, so we got those set up. Let's go ahead and go in game and see what it looks like. I need to know. Alrighty. Yeah, that's a lot better. Just fits the vibe more. All right, cool. Now, actually, I do want to make it look shiny, like these sliders, you know? Because I think that would look nice. Let's go do that. And this one I don't make shiny, but this one I do, because it's like, you know. Let's see, 1, 2. Grab it right there. Just do something like this. Make it look shiny. Might even do like a little bit over here then. I might just have this go into here like that. Down here. Sort of like that. Oh, this is weird. Let's try this out. So that's what that looks like. I mean, I don't know if it's really super necessary with this one. Hard to say how I feel about that. Also, one thing I want to do too is get 50% opacity outline. Do that. Have to do it to the other one too. Save that. Do the same thing in here. Just sort of smooth that transition a little bit. Should look good, hopefully. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the shine. These ones, I just have it go all the way to the edge, so maybe I just do that here. Or I just go like all the way like that. Maybe that would be better. Hard to say. But I feel like it does need like a little bit of thing up there, you know. I think we'll just do that. I think that's better. The other option is that we like outline this with like a darker color. Like around the button. Just experimenting, see what it looks like. This kind of helped make it look like it's more, just has more contrast. Maybe. Let's see what this looks like. That's what this looks like now. I don't know how I feel about that. It looks like the white is like above the other thing now, you know? We could do this. Give it more of like a drop shadow. See what that looks like. Yeah, a lot of this drawing is just sort of experimenting and seeing what looks good, you know? I don't really like how that looks though. Maybe like that. Maybe like that. See what that looks like. I mean, that's not terrible. I don't actually mind that completely. It does give a little bit of a nice contrast between like the circle area and the rest of the box. And I feel like it fits in more with like the style of the UI in these other areas, like with these sliders and stuff, and just the visual style of the button than just the flat look. I think it works. All right. And then one other thing that's always been like weird and confusing in my brain. I don't know, maybe I'm the only one that feels this way, but when you have one of these checked, the button turns dark. And for a moment in my head, I look at that and I think like that option is off. It's disabled, you know? Do you guys think it would make more sense if the button color was flipped, whether it was toggled on or off? Because then instead what it would do is when this is off, yeah, it should be dark and then bright when it's on. I think we're going to do that because it's a little confusing when it's like inverse like that. Yeah, it's just because that's how like the default theme is set up in Godot for a toggle button for some reason, but it makes sense for some buttons, like it's like pressed in and dark, but for this one, I don't think it should be like that. It should be the other way around. Way better at art. Well, I appreciate it. This takes a lot of practice. Yeah, we can just forcibly flip the styles in here, so. Okay, so let's do that. So we need to grab normal. And normal is now going to be pressed. Right? Yeah. Okay. Then we've got pressed, which normally is the dark one. Which is going to now be normal. Which is for when it's not on. So now when it's off, it's dark, and when it's on, it's bright. And I think that's actually it. I don't think I need to do the other ones because they're already set up properly. Cool. I could have some like weird in-between color where there's like one where you're hovering it when it's disabled, but I think it's fine because you got the check over on the side. So, all right, let's take a look what that looks like now. I think that's almost like every single part of our UI now has finally been, you know, pixel artified. Because before there was a lot of things like that weren't like, that still use like a weird, like smooth default UI style. But I think that's actually like almost everything now. Yeah, I like that better now. It shows the ones that are on are bright and lit up, and the ones that are off are dark. Which is how it should be. Alright, cool. Yeah, so we got all the sliders, the vertical bars, separators, panels, buttons, the button assets. Got all these done. I think that's literally everything. I can't think of anything else that needs it. Unless you guys can. I think we're good. Then we got the little radio buttons in here. It is weird how that... Why is that rendered like that? Do you see that? It's the panel here is being rendered with the linear filtering instead of nearest. I don't know if that's a thing that we can do or not. Change. How would I do that? But see, I don't think that's like a... Oh, this is going to be complicated. Indent. I think it's because it's rendering it in as like a whole separate menu. I don't know if there's like a default project setting that lets me do that, you know. Filtering for textures. Default filters use nearest mip map. Actions, boot splash. How do I do that? It's not really import defaults because these are like importing assets, you know. Is it like a viewport or something, right? Okay, Epic now remake the entire game in 3D. No. Maybe it's inside a renderer or something in here. I'm not really seeing it anywhere. Oh, the light mapping. Turn that off. Volumetric fog. We don't really need any of that stuff on. Yeah, I don't know if I can change it anywhere in here. There is like decals. Let's do all these to nearest. It shouldn't matter though. Oh, okay. Changing that crashed the engine. Cool. My last modified time. Okay, it's like 2 seconds ago. I need to look it up and see if that is something I can change. 'Cause it is a little annoying. I don't want the UI to look randomly blurry, you know? What did that crash on? It was Oh, these changed back to... Thank you for the hydrate. Alright. Well, those are good. Yeah, I don't know how to change that. Let's look it up. So this is a pop-up menu.
Balls.
Crazy. That's like, I don't know if that's gonna pop-up menu. Oh, here we go. Pop-up menu's not rendering. Yeah, that's the exact problem I have. Oh, I can just call get pop-up and set it to nearest. Okay. Yeah, so I guess it uses its own viewport to render that in, which is a little weird. It's annoying though, because it means I have to do this in the code, but whatever. Let's try it out. Because I think I have a couple option buttons around that I need to fix now. Two alert-ins. I do really need to make a custom option menu button script that kind of like matches with the regular default one. Because I don't have that right now. And it's a
you remember that one time? Like, I'm talking about that one time. No, not that time. It was that one time with the thing and that one guy. He was talking about that one time.
That one time. So not the first time. Yeah, it was the time with the thing and the guy is talking about that one time. Yeah. yeah, I totally remember that. Does it look weird when I do that? It's like the thing where you focus on the background behind. I can't see what it looks like because I can't look at my screen and do it at the same time. It might not be like enough of a, you know, wide angle lens for it to look like anything. Yeah. All right. You know, one thing that I don't like is how on the disable button, the little background thing is like too low. I'm gonna go fix that. Maybe like right up close. Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, phones have a much higher field of view. My camera's more zoomed in, you know? That's probably affecting it. Yeah, this right here, I want to adjust this. I should fix the weird little line there. It does feel odd. I might actually just completely get rid of that altogether on this button. Just keep this. Oops. Messing up all over the place. Alright, like that. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, I like that better. This feels like it's like background and flat, like deactivated compared to these that are shiny and round. So. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. Pretty freaking epic. Dark mode UI. So yeah, I really need to make these different button types animated. Because right now it's not, and it's a little annoying. Because like the normal buttons are, where they wobble and stuff when you hover over them, but these ones don't. So I'm going to have to import all the same code from the regular animated button class and make a new one. It's annoying because the problem is that I can't do... I would just inherit from this button, but I need all the stuff from the other class that gets inherited, so I can't really, like... I have to make a new version. It's fine now. Let's just get rid of some of this stuff. clean up any of this code before I copy it over. You know. Thank you for the trees, Tom. Much appreciated. Yeah, I mean, literally, I think I just copy all this code over, and that's it. Let's try it out. I'm going to create a new script called animated check button. Finally found the thing you want to change? Nice, yeah. Yeah, it's a little annoying how hard it is to find. Alright, extends check button. So hopefully this works. And then if we go into the options menu, we can change all those to extend instead. Options menu. And all these are actually already a thing. They just extend checks button. So now I can say extends animated check button. And they have property, toggled, button pressed, get property. That's all fine. So I'll call super on ready. And I crashed the entire game. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Just reload. Let's see if this works. It better work. Those are still normal. But now in here, whoa. So yeah, it keeps those buttons now in line with everything else. So the only other button type that we have to do that with, I don't know why this one is not a animated button. Just a little bit old. It does extend it. Oh, but in ready it just says pass for some reason. I'm gonna get rid of that. Quit again. Then we have to do the same thing for the menu button. So I don't know how that's gonna look if it'll move the panel underneath. I have no idea. Cool. Yeah, so we just need to do the menu button. That's nice. It just keeps everything, you know, in line with the style. Like the sliders, I don't really need to do the animated stuff. I think it would look a little weird if I did that, maybe. So I just keep those sort of static. But general gameplay and audio aren't wiggly. Oh, the tab buttons, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if there's an easy way for me to do that, just because of the way that this node is configured, because this is like a tab container node. I don't know. We can experiment. We can dive into the theme settings and see, but it's gonna be weird. Let's do the menu buttons now, like this one, and then also the other new one that we have now instead of here. This one here. Also, this one's not an animated button, so just gonna do all that. So, like before, I'm just gonna copy all the code again. It is really annoying to have 3 different scripts for this, but what are you gonna do? This is animated menu button. Boom. Extends menu button. Done so. Then back to the options. That's for the window mode button. This is now going to extend animated menu button. Oh, not a menu button. I need an option button. Menu button's a different thing. Okay, now we should be good. Oh boy. What's going on here? Oops extends options. Option button. Probably just broke everything. Yeah, looks like that's fine. Alright, let's try this again. Let's see. Welcome in. How are you? May I ask a question for research purposes? Yeah, you can totally ask away. So that didn't seem to change it. I did make it extend, right? Oh, I'm not calling super. Whoopsies. My bad. Try that again. City body syndrome gets decimated in the compression. Yeah. It's fine, though. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay, now it wiggles. That's actually good that it doesn't make the other tab here. It's a little weird, though, because it like scales this tab according to the scale of the button, it looks like. Maybe. I mean, I think it's fine. Maybe it makes it a little bit easier to read these anyways. I don't know what I would do about that. Probably okay. Alright, let's keep going through. These buttons are not correct. Let's go into inventory. What's my major degree? I got a degree in computer science. So that's what's up. I was thinking about doing oh, I have an icon. It's weird. Animated option button. I always thought about doing like an art degree instead, but they're just, I don't know. I decided to do the programming instead. Then the sort order button, that needs to be changed to animated button. Let's go check these out now. Also, I need to turn on my controller, make sure everything's working normally. It should be. I don't see why changing like the theming of this stuff would break anything, but I just want to make sure. Yeah, this all seems good in here. It's much more satisfying now to interact with these buttons, that's for sure. Pretty cool. These are looking pretty good. Maybe one day I'll make the sliders also wobble, but it's okay for now. Was there no way to actually scroll down on controller? Okay. I'm not gonna fix that right now, but I do have to fix that someday. Now let's go to the inventory. These are all normal now. Cool, I can hit that button. That's animated. Whoa. I got an achievement. I didn't know it shows me my battery? That's quite fascinating. I didn't know Steam did that. I've never seen that notification before. Why are these texture wrecks not getting the wobble effect, I wonder? It's a little weird. Also, it seems like none of these buttons are getting the wiggle. Even though these all should be animated buttons. I mean, they are. I can see that they are. Okay, they do actually have the effect, but it's tiny. For some reason. Even though it should be getting it. We're going to go figure out why. Otherwise, I think all these other buttons are working. Let's snooze the ad. How difficult or different for someone who has a degree in CS to get into game developing with someone who doesn't have prior knowledge about coding and a degree? I think it heavily depends on a lot of factors. If you're doing like software engineering, then I think it's very important to have a degree because no one's going to bother looking at your resume if you don't have one, just because it's so oversaturated. But if you're doing something that's not as like technical programming heavy, you know, like game development, I don't think a degree is as important in my opinion. Now, I work for myself, so I'm not really a great person to ask about job stuff because I haven't gotten a job before. But at least a computer science job. But like, that's just what I would imagine. Just kind of thinking through, like, you know, what if I were going to hire somebody? I would care less, just as a, you know, from a game development perspective. Yeah, why does this not have what? Oh, it's because it already has a shader. Oh. Oh no. I could modify the wobble shader to also have the silhouette mode, the UI shader. I may have to do that. Is this an instance parameter? Yeah. I mean, it's extremely easy. I could do it. Okay. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, serious software engineering positions like Amazon and stuff, your application will get filtered out if you don't have your degree in computer science. Yeah. I think it's for that stuff, it's very important, I imagine. Because like companies like that get thousands and thousands of people submitting, right? So they really don't want to sit there and waste any time at all on people that don't have the proper credentials. They're just not even going to bother with your resume. So yeah, I think a big thing though for sure is like, especially with game development, I think projects and having a portfolio is very important. Like you should have a degree, but I think what most employers are going to be looking for is what have you done before? What have you created? What have you worked on? So if you don't have any of that kind of experience yet, I definitely, that's like the #1 goal to aim for is like get something for a portfolio, right? And you could make your own projects, you know, you could just load up Godot and make something or go like contribute to an open source project or something like that. There's a lot of ways that you could do it. So, but I bet that would be a pretty good thing to work toward. I was actually wondering, how's your classes in university helped you to use and understand Godot and Unity and other engines? So computer science is really much more focused on just the sheer programming instead of like actually using game engines and stuff. So honestly, I didn't really get like a whole lot of knowledge about game development specifically from my degree. So it's hard to say. I think if you go in and do like a game development degree instead of computer science, you'd probably get a lot more familiar with the engines themselves, right? But at least sort of from what I did, it wasn't really any different. Let's set this to false, by the way. Like, it did teach me some good, like, decent things about programming. Like, yeah, all the basics about programming. You know, how to write code and syntax and going through a bunch of different languages and stuff. So, I mean, it is helpful for just your general knowledge of programming. But honestly, the reason why it wasn't that big of a thing for me is because prior to going to university, I was already using those engines in programming. So most of the stuff that I learned that could have potentially been helpful for game development, I already know. So that was the reason why, for me, it just wasn't very helpful. But, you know, the thing is that it's a general degree. So it means, like, if I really wanted to, I could go work and be a software engineer or a game developer. And that's what's good about computer science versus like a game design degree, just because you have more options. If you did specifically game development, it would be a lot harder to get a job as a software engineer. So, no, this is not working. The silhouette. You gotta fix that. The wiggle works now, but I think it's because it's completely overriding the color in here. Let's go look at what's happening. I got an ad starting soon. My apologies, everybody. Yeah, I did a little bit of math, but honestly, I don't ever use any of that math. Most of the math I use, I just learned in high school. So I never used linear algebra and stuff like that in programming. So I have a degree in physics, but instead of doing masters and going further, you want to pivot into game developing. Yeah, so right now you're learning Unity and C. Nice. Yeah, I think it's always hard to say. It depends on your situation and stuff, but I always think you should really do the things you enjoy doing. So if game development is that for you, then I think that's great. Yeah, Unity is a pretty big engine. There's a lot of jobs with that. Honestly, I would say the biggest, like, if you want to get a job at a game studio and get paid a bunch of money, I think the most in-demand skill set right now is Unreal Engine. Just because a lot of like the really big studios are using Unreal. But Unity is also a really good option. There's plenty of companies that use Unity as their main engine. So yeah, it just depends. Depends, I guess, on like what kind of games you like making more. If you learn Unreal and get familiar with that, odds are you're going to be working on 3D stuff, right? Almost everything in Unreal is a 3D game. Unity is more of a mix. It's got a lot of 3D stuff, but also you might also run into a lot of 2D jobs too. So, but yeah, it's a whole bunch of things. Oh yeah, it's because I'm just setting the color here. But now I think I can do this. Try that out. I have to restart the game now. But yeah. Development is hard. Would be. There's a certain, like, I don't know, part of me that it would be so nice to just work for another studio, you know what I mean? I wouldn't have to worry about like the marketing stuff, and all I would have to do is go in, program, and be done for the day. And it does sound nice, but I guess the sacrifice you take with that is like you lose a lot of freedom. One nice thing for sure about being a solo dev is I get to do whatever I want. I think as working in a larger software development company or something like that, you wouldn't really have that luxury. So, but yeah, I don't know. Hard to say. See, how are you doing? I'm boiling chickpeas right now, 3 a.m. Let's go. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Just working on my games. Almost said start. Lured in. We're working on just setting up some UI stuff, where I think we're mostly ready to go for a new update. So I'm just going through and fixing a couple things. And thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. I need to convert this into, like, let's see. I guess I'll just divide 33 by 255. So that should be 0.12. Something like that. And then what was the other one? 35. 0.137. Oh, and this is actually Vec 3. 0.129. Let's get as close as I can. Oops, change that to a Vec 3. Okay, so I should have a default color now of the black that I used. Although it seems like it didn't, oh, there we go. I just had to reset it. But yeah, let's see. I want to start somewhere in Unity, felt more friendlier, because then, yeah. Then UE, because 2D and 2.5D games I'm interested in more. Well, that's good then. Yeah, I think you're on the right track. So nice. Also, thank you for the follow. If colors have thoughts and feelings, what do you think your favorite color would be? That's an interesting question. So I think, well, my favorite color is blue. So what would blue's favorite color be? Okay, so blue. I have to personify blue. Blue's kind of a chill guy. I think blue would like green, or maybe purple. Yeah, one of those two, I would have to say. All right, you getting off here soon? Yeah, probably in a little bit. Phone. Been streaming for 3 hours, 30 minutes. We'll probably end stream in like 20 minutes or something. Maybe 30 minutes. We'll see. We'll be going for a little bit. All right, so now the silhouette stuff is working with the wiggle. So we're good there. Pretty cool. Yeah, everything should wiggle much more consistently now, because now all these things before that didn't wiggle will now wiggle. Because we had like these didn't wiggle or animate or anything. So now those are fixed. These sliders here don't wiggle, so that's kind of one thing I'll change eventually, but I think it's looking good. You can turn off the wiggle if you don't like it. Hey, thank you, Rooster TV, for the follow. I appreciate it. Is YouTube chat working? It is, I'm pretty sure. I just don't know if anyone's on YouTube right now. Or there's that one, yeah. Brax on YouTube. I wonder what it would look like if these had the wiggle shader sliders. Well, they'd be fine. I'll work on doing converting the sliders into using like the animated class at some point. Not right now. Also, same with the tab. I'll just write these down as things to do later. Whoa. YouTube. Wiggles to fix. We got tab, container. We've also got sliders. Okay. Well, let's go put all this in the changelog now. Adjusted the visuals and a bunch of UI textures. Added a new texture for checkbox and option button menus. I am a bot viewer. I am to ban the bot. No. It wasn't like a ton of bugs we had. Kind of crazy, like not accidentally introducing bugs constantly. Wild. All right, so I guess let's just finish up our list that we had in here. So I want to do maybe a couple more tank and shop decorations. So why not? Now I want to do like a little like armchair, I think. All right, something like this. That you can put down somewhere. Coming across the pond now, though. Yeah, do it up. Hey, welcome back. I'll just use a little chair. So, these be big enough for a human being. Let's go ahead and just draw a little temporary asset. Probably like 32 by 32. I'll just save this as a chair right now. What do you call this? An armchair? Yeah. Save that. Go into here. Close the game. Decorations table. And put it up here. It's gonna be in between one of these, like maybe after trash can or something. A little more expensive, but not super expensive. Call this... Armchair is one word, right? I sure hope not. Like it's made out of arms. No, that's stupid, guys. Icons are hard. Yeah, they're pretty tricky. Get a lot better though, with more practice. Icons now are definitely my favorite thing to draw. It's just this little contained sprite. I don't have to worry about, like, you know, fitting it in with programming or anything. It's just easy. The only thing I have to worry about is just making the outer pixel transparent. But that's nothing. Sizing is freaking hard. Yeah, that's true. It is difficult. Yeah, you got to make sure that, like, the size that people are viewing the icon at is going to be, like, readable, right? Yeah. Okay, let's go look at this armchair. Oops. Spot. This armchair is so epic, guys. Look, it's awesome. All right. All right, icon, like the eye convention, the icon, yeah. I'm going to the icon. Will I see you at icon this year? Share is cube. Now we're gonna, like, start shaping it now. We're gonna have like that. Well, let's see, what kind of armchair are we doing? Yeah, I guess like that. But just a little bit at the top. I don't want it to be, like, too tall. Right. It's the same size. Yeah, I think so. Now I'm thinking of a panel with the letter I talking about being the best letter. To be fair, I can't. Bro, I can't take this anymore. Just joking. I wonder if anybody ever thinks the things I say are real. Look at this chair. Now, the reason it looks weird is because this needs to go up. Like so. And the shading just needs to be adjusted. Make it round and soft. And these I want to be, like, curved. Let's do, like, a little, like, I might go ahead and also bring these sides in. Oh, the one-time pillow shading is needed. No. No, I'm still here. At least not in the bad sense. I'm gonna make this top thing here pretty thin. Yeah, this chair doesn't need to be so tall, really. Squanch it down. It's meant to be like the kind of chair you'd see in, like, a dentist office, you know? It's kind of like one of those low, like, little lounger chairs, but it's not meant to be like some big chair you put in, like, a living room. And then on this, I want this to be moved up like this. Yeah. I think this is about where I want it. Keep adjusting. Also, most of the time on these chairs, the pillow of the chair kind of like comes out past the arm, you know? Which I think is another thing we need to do. Let's do like a little bit of a line there. I don't know. That's what we want to do or not. Maybe. I'm also gonna raise these up a bit more now. I don't know if I really need these here. Let's do this. Chair. I guess it looks like a chair. Alright, so now that we've done this, let's save it and see what it looks like in game. Thank you for the speens. Speaking of chair, let's go. Yeah, it's a pretty good size. Looks like it would fit a human being. I wonder what it would look like when they're next to each other. It's a little funny, but I think it's mostly fine. Alright, now we can just keep shading. Let's do... No, I don't like that. No, no, no. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Maybe like that. For the back of the chair, I wonder if I actually want to do like arch it up. Nah. No, no, no. It'll be fine where it's at, I think. This should be a little rounded there. I think like right there. Okay. Maybe bring these up one more. Yeah, sure. And then the legs down here. They're going to be cast into shadow. And a lot of this, I think, is going to just be this gray color. And we'll go through in some of these spots, like here, do a brighter color. One day it would be cool if I implemented a way to color your decorations. I may do that one day. One day in the future. Then that's also share wood part. No. I guess thank you. Okay, let's do this down here. All right. Thank you for the speen. I appreciate it. 104k points. Let's go. What are you gonna spend on them points there? Oops. Oopsies. Oops. Oops again. Alright, let's fill this in, and I think we go to like right there for the shadow. No, not cheese time. Anything but cheese time. Oh yeah, also want to bring this around, I think, like that. Boom. Oh my god. Well, you guys have done it. guys can't even see the epic chair, guys. You guys have spoiled it for yourselves. Don't really like the position of where the chair's at. Change it to like -8. Get it more centered in the decoration spot. Gotta restart the game. We should change these dictionaries live. It'd be a lot easier. Only I didn't waste my 2K points earlier. Thank you for wasting 2,000 points. Appreciate it. Still a little bit too much. Only like -4. Let's try that. Yeah, you guys can't even see what I'm doing, so there you go. Alright guys, look at this chair. Pretty insane. Yeah, I think this will work. If I move the vertical up just a little bit more to -6. I feel like the cheese should outline the stream instead of falling. Maybe we might have to. Okay, thank God. Yeah, one day we'll do that. Place customers in the chair. Not right now, but hopefully later on I can make it so they like interact with your furniture. I do want to do that, so like they see a chair and just decide to sit down on it and stuff, because it'd be kind of cool. Flipping it almost does nothing. Big chair. The biggest chair you've ever seen. The tiniest chair you've ever seen. I mean, you can put it here off to the side of the door, so you can do this. But not quite in front of the door. Yeah, that sense right there. What would happen? That's why I don't make it so you can put decorations anywhere, because there's so many like variables I would have to account for, and it would become a nightmare. It's kind of nice having them in like the slots like this, because I can control it really easily. So that's the play. Big trash. Big. Anyways, yeah, it's looking pretty cool in here. Might do like one more decoration. Yeah, I mean, I could have them like walk through, but that would look kind of janky in my opinion if they're just like phased through the furniture. And then just getting stuck, that would kind of be weird. Because here's the thing, I would have to dynamically be regenerating our navigation map every single time you change a decoration. And that could potentially be a very big performance issue. So, I don't know. I place the chair in the tank. It's not set up, unfortunately, like that. But I could set tank to true on this decoration. And now... now you can place it inside of the tank. I don't know if it's going to look very good in there, because it's kind of meant for like a different area, but... but you can. It is a little funny. I might make it so that like you can do stuff like that. Instead of setting tank to either true or false, I might just make it like a bit flag where it just has both of them. You can choose which ones it's allowed to be placed inside of, whether it's the aquarium or the tank, so that you can have like stuff in both. Because like, for example, the starfish home is one of those where I feel like it would make sense to put it in the tank and also your shop. I mean, I guess less so the shop than the tank, you know, but something like that would be fine. It definitely would look a little weird. But yeah, I mean, I guess the lamp, it'd be a little funny to put the lamp in there, but you could. Yeah. I don't think it would light up, though. I don't really have code in here set up to do, for the tank decorations, do like a light source, but, you know, theoretically, it is possible. I also realized I could just not include descriptions with these things, which is interesting, but that's boring. So what is the description for the armchair going to be? Still think you should have a small chance to catch junk when you fish, like a boot. Yeah, I do want to do that. Just a little chance to catch decorations and cosmetics and stuff like that. It's pretty nice. Armchair. Armchair description. Take a load off. Yeah. I think that's pretty good. Why not? All right. Also has legs, but not called a leg chair. Yeah. And then we add the leg chair. That'd be crazy. And then any other ideas for shop decorations? We could do like one more maybe. It's better actually. We can do that then. Sure. Oh yeah, like a dream catcher. It's a movie. Yeah, these are pretty epic. Now the only thing is I don't know how. Oh, I guess that would. Well, I can't hang that up inside of the shop because the decorations right now, like, there's no like wall decoration slot or anything, so it would look pretty weird putting that down inside of your aquarium. Do you mean for like a tank decoration or? How else would that work? We could do a totem. There's like that one totem. Yeah, like the Native American totems. The totem poles. We could do one of these. Probably a whole bunch of different styles and stuff. This would be actually kind of a complicated sprite to draw, just because they're very detailed. But we could. We can find one to use as a reference. Or a tiki. Oh, guys, hold on. I think we gotta do this guy. The big head, you know? I mean, come on. It's a classic. I have the one that I have in real life. I don't know if you I actually casted him out of concrete. I 3D printed a mold from a model and formed him out of concrete. It's kind of epic, actually. Honestly, concrete's kind of awesome, guys. Let me go on my little civil engineering fanboy arc for a second. Concrete is a really neat material. Like, you just pour it in liquid and it turns into an indestructible rock. Like, that's pretty freaking cool. And you can cast whatever you want. So, like, you can make little fine detail sculptures like that, or you can make, like, massive buildings. And concrete's awesome, guys. Okay? It's freaking sick. And all you need is some rocks, sand, water, and some cement, some limestone. It's not really that hard to make it. And it's dirt cheap. Like, you can go to Home Depot and buy like 50 pounds of it for $3. You know? It's sick, guys. I'm gonna take a photo of this guy. So wait, would this be a tank decoration or a aquarium decoration? I mean, honestly, it could be both. Thinking in terms of like the perspective. We'll see. See that 3 years ago they rediscovered? Yeah, the Roman concrete recipe. It's pretty interesting. It's been a mystery for a long time. Yeah, it's pretty crazy that concrete like regenerates itself or whatever because of the minerals and the seawater, right? It's pretty awesome. Oh yeah, concrete is so cool. All right, let me send this photo to myself. Why does Discord not have a built-in like way to send things to yourself, you know? It seems like a really dumb thing because I have to basically I just took a random group chat I was in and then removed everybody else from it or whatever because I think I was the only person in there and just like renamed it and stuff. But like why not? Why not just make that a thing where you can just send it to yourself? It just seems like an odd, like it's such an easy thing for Discord to implement. You literally just send it back to yourself. I don't know. Yeah, I use Google Drive. Google Drive works too, but it's a little more inconvenient for me at least. Discord's nice and easy. Okay, this is quality on this is abysmal. You can see him there. Okay, I might as well just redraw this. I'm just gonna use them as reference, but yeah, I gotta show you guys the image though. Here you go. This is him. Unfortunately, my moss has kind of turned gray. I don't know what happened. Kind of almost blue. It might be absorbing the dye that I put in the concrete or something, but yeah, there he is. This guy is? No. He's a face. He's got his nose and his eyes. Unless you're talking about a different... Oh, the pixelated version. Yeah. A little funny. Let's draw him up. All right, something like this. Yeah, the Larry is there. He's just chilling on the desk. On the shelf, I mean. It's pretty epic. Yeah, I still have a bunch of stuff up on my shelf. It's just... something like this. He's got his big head. Now, the bottom of his head is like wider than the top. His head isn't quite that tall, but you know. I guess we'll be looking at this down like a top-down perspective. He's got his epic lips. Oh yeah, also on the side there's gonna be like the ears, you know. And you will have like a forehead. Seems like it's like right around there. Really, it wouldn't be like that. It would just be dark. Let's do that. And then the nose, right? Like right in the middle. The tip of his nose. Nose isn't that long. The lips. This is actually really like thinner throughout here. Maybe this will work. I don't know. We'll see. His head is kind of like rounded at the top. How do I do this? We'll figure that one out. So this down here, I'm going to do a dark gray. This will kind of be brighter over here on his shoulder and stuff. A little bit here. Otherwise, let's see. It's all going to be cast in shadow. Let's do the same stuff over here. Those, and those. Now his lips kind of like curve up a little bit. That might just be like the angle. He's kind of going like, you know. I don't know how to draw that yet. I'll think about it. This guy's epic. They need to add like the shadow underneath his nose, you know. And like near his chin, it's a little bit brighter. Probably round out his chin a little more. Round out the head. Alright, I do have to go eat dinner in like 2 seconds. So let's hurry up and finish this guy. I'll go back through and clean it up and anti-alias. I just want to see what it looks like though really quick. Like that. I make his eyes a little wider like that. Yeah, that's good. I don't want this to look like lips because they're not lips. There we go. That looks like he has like a mustache. I don't know, it's tricky. I'll go through, I'll probably kind of dye him, not dye him, but change his color to be a little bit more like blue. Let's call this, what's like the real name of this head? This is called Moai. That is what it is. Let's just call it Moai. All right. And quickly now, slap this in. He'll be expensive because he's epic and cool. So I'll put him at the end. Oops. So probably have a bit of a more thing there. Vine boom sound effect. Go take a look real quick. And then I must leave to eat. I might have made him too small, so I might have to scale him up a little bit. We'll see. He is kind of tiny. I think I'll make him a little bit larger. But he is pretty epic. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I think I'll also make another variant of it for the tank that's like more of a side perspective, because it'd be pretty epic to have one in there too. The decorations in Lurden are so weird, you know what I mean? It's like, you'd think there'd just be like normal stuff. And a lot of it is normal, but then all of a sudden there's like Patrick's house and a Moai head, and it's like, why? But it's fine. It's epic though. I don't even care. All right. Well, I think that's going to be it for today. We got to go eat. But let's go find somebody to raid really quick. Who would we love to raid? How How about... Oh yeah, Progsy's working on stuff. Let's raid Progsy. Play a raid before they end stream. We've been going for a long time. Let's go start that raid. They're not raiding out, are they? Probably not. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. All right. Well, anyways, thank you everybody for coming to the stream. I appreciate it. We'll be live again on Wednesday at 3:30 MDT. I'm going to be getting this update out very shortly, hopefully tonight. So be on the lookout for that. Join the Discord. Play the playtest for free right now.
Current section. Okay. Now we should be good.
Okay, I don't know if they're rating now. We'll see. But yeah, thank you everybody for coming. And I'll see all of you gamers next time. Bye, everybody. Bye-bye.